Good evening. This is John Hammond, Mayor Pro Tem. This is the Tuesday, May 2nd meeting of the Paso Robles City Council. I'd like to go ahead and open up closed session and have our city attorney go ahead and explain what we have going on.
Thank you. We are going into closed session on one item. It's conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation. It's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And the case is the joint application of Nextera Energy Transmission West LLC and PG&E U39E for permits to construct the Estrella substation and the Paso Robles area reinforcement project.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and open up the public comment. I see no one in the audience. Or do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and then adjourn to closed session, and we'll reconvene at 6:30.
I've done this before.
Heard it before.
Hello and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Paso Robles Mayor Steve Martin speaking, welcoming you to the regular meeting of the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, May the 2nd. And before we get into the meeting tonight, I will ask our city clerk to please read the hybrid public meeting statement.
The city has returned to hybrid public meetings pursuant to AB 361, which allows for a deviation from the teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. Residents now have the option to attend the meeting in person or to participate remotely. To participate remotely, residents can live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube and call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting and remain open throughout the meeting to ensure the opportunity to comment on each item heard by the council. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube.
Thank you very much. With that, I will bring the meeting to order. Invite everyone to rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, led this evening, please, by Mayor Pro Tem John Hammond. Please remain standing after that for our invocation.
Join with me, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, I come before you right now in this room in the name of the Lord Jesus. What an honor it is to pray over our city. Father God, I pray that you would make Paso Robles the poster child of civility and peace in San Luis Obispo County. I pray that our city council may lead and guide with wisdom, Lord God, and peace. I pray, God, a blessing upon all our city leaders, Lord God, the police department, the fire department, those that work and keep our city safe. Father God, I bless, Lord God, this place in the name of Jesus. I pray, God, for health, wealth, and prosperity, Lord God. I pray that your grace, Lord God, would be released over this place, Lord God, that we would stand out to our state. There's something different here in Paso Robles because people care about our city. We care about the protection of our city. I bless, Lord God, this place tonight. I pray, God, that you would cause us to have the same mind, that the community would come together and we would settle things properly, Lord God, with wisdom and understanding. I pray for the wisdom of Solomon to rest upon our city council leaders in the name of Jesus. So therefore, Holy Spirit, I'm asking that you would shine over us, over our city, and over our state. We commit this meeting into your hands. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch,
Present.
Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Strong,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond,
Here.
and Mayor Martin.
Here. Thank you very much. At this time, we set aside some time for staff introductions to let people know who does the work of the city. So if staff in the room could introduce themselves, and then anyone online also do the same.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Christopher Alucco, Utilities Director. Chris Hewitt, Assistant City Manager.
Edith Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Aaron Gordon, Utilities.
Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager.
Wayne Brown, Maintenance Services Superintendent.
Rita Berman, Public Works Director.
Damian North, Police Chief. Mark Scandella, Airport Manager. Brian Brown, Administrative Services Director.
Terry Penn, Bureau Commander.
David Abney, Water Resources Manager.
Jeff Steiner, Police Officer.
Vanessa Gomez, Police Officer.
Joseph Gonzalez, Police Corporal.
Jaron Carlotti, Police Corporal.
Darren Nash, Ross Porter, Fire.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney. Sorry, Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Prior to this open meeting of the Paso Robles City Council, we had an announced closed session meeting. I'll ask the city attorney if there is any reportable action from that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went into closed session on one item. It was a conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation. The name of the case is Joint Application of NextEra Energy Transmission West LLC and Pacific Gas and Electric Company U39E for permits to construct the Estrella Substation and Paso Robles Area Reinforcement Project. It's pending before the California Public Utilities Commission. Council was briefed on the status of the litigation and provided us with direction to continue the litigation. And there's no other reportable action.
Very good, thank you. We move on now to item K, presentations. We have several presentations. First off, we have a Public Service Recognition Week proclamation. I'll ask the city clerk who's here to receive that.
We have several members of city staff here in chamber who are going to come forward to receive this proclamation.
And we have a microphone for them.
Yes, sir, we do. And Mayor Pro Tem will be assisting them.
Very good. So this is a proclamation for Public Service Recognition Week, May 7th through 13th. And bear with me here because my screen is a little small. Whereas the week of May 7th through May 13th has been designated as Public Service Recognition Week to honor employees of the federal government and state and local governments and members of the uniformed services. Whereas Public Service Recognition Week provides an opportunity to recognize and promote the important contributions of public servants and to honor the diverse men and women who meet the needs of the city of Paso Robles through work at all levels of municipal government and as members of the uniformed services. Whereas millions of individuals work in governmental service as members of the uniformed services in every state, county, and city across the United States, in hundreds of cities abroad also. Whereas public service is a noble calling involving a variety of challenging and rewarding professions. Whereas the ability of the federal government and state and local governments to be responsive, innovative, and effective depends on the outstanding performance of these public servants. Whereas the city of Paso Robles continues to reaffirm the critical importance of public service employees in responding to public health and economic challenges, whereas public service employees contribute significantly to that greatness and prosperity of the city of Paso Robles. Whereas the city of Paso Robles benefits daily from the knowledge and skills of the highly trained individuals who work in public service. And whereas the city of May the 7th through May 13th, 2023 marks the 39th anniversary of Public Service Recognition Week. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim May 7th through the 13th, 2023 as Public Service Recognition Week.
Ross, you get to do the honors to hand this. Why don't we go ahead and just run down and say what department you're in.
Okay. Ross Porter on behalf of Paso Robles Firefighters Association.
Darren Nash and Ditas Esperanza on behalf of the management group.
Jeff Snyder and Vanessa Gomez on behalf of the Paso Robles Police Department.
Aaron Borden, SEIU 620.
And Mayor or City Manager, would you like to say something about your crew? Maybe? There you go.
Now, from heartfelt appreciation to everybody that's here. We tried to get everybody up here to represent every aspect of the work that we do in the city. And it was funny because there was a lot of emails trading back and forth about who should we get up here. And one of them for sure was Ditas and Darren as probably the most tenured of our city employees here, all the way down to some of our newest folks as well. So really, you know, it's a life of dedication and service, and we're so grateful for what you do. And this is a small token of our thanks from the community and from the organization. So thank you.
And we thank you all for your service for our community, and we appreciate you being with us here tonight. Moving on to our next proclamation, we have National Foster Care Month. Who will be receiving this one?
Cassie Despain with the County of San Luis Obispo is here to receive this proclamation.
Welcome, Kathy.
Do we have someone to receive this proclamation?
Yes.
Cassie Despain.
Kathy, welcome. I'm going to read the proclamation, and we'll give you the opportunity to say a few words if you'd like. National Foster Care Month, May 2023. Whereas the city of Paso Robles recognizes the importance of providing children safe, healthy, and loving homes when they are unable to remain in the home of their biological family. And whereas there are more than 420,000 children in the United States in the foster care system. Whereas more than 28,000 children in California are in the foster care system. Whereas there are over 250 children, youth, and teenagers in the county of San Luis Obispo who are in the foster care system. And whereas to help these children have a healthy, loving, and stable home environment where they can thrive and feel connected to a community that cares for them, and to support the resource families that provide these critical homes, the County of San Luis Obispo Social Services is acknowledging National Foster Care Month to raise awareness about the need for more resource family homes for local children and join other organizations to celebrate resource families in our communities. And whereas this effort, along with similar celebrations in all 50 states and the District of Columbia, will offer children the chance to live with healthy, loving, and stable resource families when they cannot live with their birth families, and encourage other dedicated individuals to make a powerful difference in the lives of a child through resource family care. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2023 as National Foster Care Month.
As I said, my name is Cassie Despain, and on behalf of San Luis Obispo County Department of Social Services, we would like to extend our sincerest thanks to Paso Robles for helping us to honor resource families and our county's youth and foster care system during the National Foster Care Month. Today, we are honored to share with you a video featuring members of our youth engagement program. These are former foster youth with lived experiences who now work with the department to help support improved outcomes for our children and families. We thank them so much for their willingness to help us with this project, and we hope that you enjoy this video.
When I entered care, I felt lost, confused, scared, and worried about where I was going to be placed next. I was scared, I was nervous, anxious, worried about if I was going to get the right foster parent, just nervous because of my color and being racial profiled.
A lot of anxiety and just nervousness. I was also very just like angry. I feel like for me, in my situation, I didn't feel like it was necessary what happened to me and my sister.
Is confused, scared, but you know you'll be fine.
So I was really scared. I didn't know where we were going. I honestly thought we were leaving out of state. But I remember the first night both me and my sister cried really, like, a lot. When I was gonna see my mom, when I was gonna see my siblings.
For me, going into care with a sibling, I was very afraid of being separated from her. That was honestly probably like my main worry is her.
Being let down, being neglected, being in the same position I was already in, my trust was very low. So just being in the same predicament again.
Once I got with my family was able to take me in. My aunt and my uncle were initially my first foster parents, you would say. And I was with them for a while. So I think once I was with family and I knew that there's hope or there's something that's gonna happen, I'm gonna see my mom and dad again eventually, that's kind of, I feel when the situation got a little bit easier.
That you learn to know that person and know more, learn about you and you learn about them, and that make you feel more comfortable. I support and able to graduate, help emotional support.
It was this wonderful lady that lived in Morro Bay named Frances. She was like my second mother, and the 3 a.m. night that I went to Nevada, she was just like, don't fight with them, you have to go. It's okay, you're gonna see me again. I was like, no, I don't wanna go. She just kind of calmed me down because I was nervous that they were gonna put me someplace that I wasn't gonna be happy, and they just really did it for my safety, and she informed me that this was what I needed, so it helped a lot.
They made us feel like we were part of their family. They didn't exclude us, and so that was really positive to experience that.
My resource parent asked to adopt me, and at the time I was so excited to say yes, but then I realized I wasn't ready to fully commit, and they still accepted me as their own, and ever since then I'm still talking to them, and that moment always changed my life.
You're taking on a lot, and I think just having those people that really care about children and just care about helping children in a terrible situation, we just need more, I think, caring people in the world.
It's helping a youth save their life and also helping them realize that they are worth it and they have someone to look out for them. And I feel like it's very beneficial for both because you can also connect a bond and help someone change their life for the better.
Learn about the system and learn about the kid.
It's gonna take a while for them to open up. It's gonna take a while for them to heal. It's gonna take a while for them to build with you. Try hard every day to gain their trust. Give them their space when they need it, and don't force it. Just let it come natural. Just take a deep breath and know that if you just be patient and understand that they are growing and that they just need support, and if you just have a listening ear and being there for them, that's all they want. And all they want is just to be loved, supported, nurtured, and cared for, and in a safe environment.
In closing, at any given time, there are 250 children, youth, and teenagers in the county of San Luis Obispo who are in the foster care system. However, we currently only have approximately 110 families that provide care for them. Our community's most vulnerable children need more families to step up forward and provide a healthy, loving, stable home and environment. If anyone is interested in learning more about helping these youth in care, please visit our www.slowfostercare.com or call our hotline 805-781-1705. And thank you again for recognizing May as National Foster Care Month.
Thank you very much. Our next proclamation is for National Travel and Tourism Week and California Tourism Month. Who will be accepting this?
Alex Villacana. Welcome, Alex.
Very good. So let us proceed. Whereas the travel industry fuels every industry and will continue to be an essential part of the California economy, development, and workforce. And whereas Travel Paso is Paso Robles' official destination marketing organization, leading the tourism community in the Paso Robles region through 1, marketing, branding, and selling Paso Robles to our visitors, 2, advocating for our tourism ecosystem, and 3, sharing critical industry data. Whereas travel is an economic powerhouse for every state and destination across the country, with an economic impact of $2.6 trillion in 2022, supporting 14.5 million American jobs. Whereas travel spending supports vibrant and safe communities in Paso Robles and across the United States by generating $84 billion in state and local tax revenue in 2022 to support essential services such as education, emergency response, public safety, and more. And whereas tourism in Paso Robles is directly aligned with the region's wine industry and continues to be a pillar of economic growth that matters to the local hotels, wineries, restaurants, RV resorts, craft breweries, distilleries, and retail businesses. And whereas the Travel Paso market strategically initiates a collaboration and champions the region via its partnership with the City of Paso Robles, the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce, Visit SlowCal, Highway 1 Discovery Route, and Visit California. Whereas in 2022, the City of Paso Robles generated a record $9.8 million in transient occupancy tax. This milestone contributes to the local economy, putting people to work, which supports our locally owned and operated businesses. In addition, TOT funds contribute to essential services, which adds to the quality of life for all of our citizens. Whereas travel is an essential industry, and we must continue to communicate that growing travel leads to economic growth, supports local business, and creates a growing workforce. And whereas welcoming visitors creates a flourishing Paso Robles community with authentic and welcoming experiences for visitors and residents alike. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as California Tourism Month and May 7th through the 13th, 2023 as National Travel and Tourism Week in our city, and urge the citizens to join in recognizing the critical role that this industry plays in our community.
Would you like to say a word, Alex? There you go.
I'd just like to say thank you on behalf of Travel Paso and all the tourism partners for this proclamation for National Travel and Tourism Week. So thank you very much.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilman Hammond, for assisting with those presentations. Next up, we have our capital projects report. Frida Berman, Public Works Director, Diaz Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor and members of the council. This is our bi-monthly report on public works projects. The first part is the roads projects under construction. So the roundabout at Golden Hill and Union Road is coming along. The ornamental lights are being installed in these photos, but actually they are now all installed, including the Cobra lights. And they are also in operation. So if you go there at night, you will see a very well-lighted intersection at Golden Hill and Union Road. So early in March, when we just completed the paving of the roundabout, we wanted to do a test run of the Dave Spur equipment. We'll just zip through this. It's 7 minutes long, so we fast forwarded it, and so it's only 1 minute. So this truck is 107 feet long, 14 feet wide. And it may look like the roundabout doesn't work because he's on top of the orange, but that's the purpose of that orange, is as a truck apron for large trucks to be able to use as they maneuver through the roundabout. And you can see as this truck is moving along, there's still quite a bit of width on either side, especially like right here, you can see it's a very wide road. Right here. And now he's going into Ardmore Road. So Dave Spur is at Ardmore Road. So as you can see from a horizontal standpoint, that 107 feet, 14 foot wide truck was able to maneuver horizontally. However, there were some areas where he got on the truck apron, that the vertical deflection, when it's a fully loaded truck, would be too close to that truck apron and cause it to scar or scrape the surface. So we still do need to do some, that's why we did that test run, so we could see what we needed to do to adjust the project. And so based on that, we do need to do some pavement remediation on that area so that when that truck is fully loaded, it will be able to go through the roundabout without scraping the truck apron. But actually, 95% of the project is a success because we don't have to redo any of the radiuses or anything like that because that 107-foot, 14-foot wide truck was able to maneuver. Also, after a long time of rains, we finally went back to the Country Club neighborhood. So Country Club was one of the first streets that we maintained when we passed the 2012 sales tax. So back then we did an actual major rehab. So this time we decided we'll just do a slurry seal for that portion of the neighborhood. But the rest of the neighborhood, we are performing localized dig areas. These are the areas where the base has failed. So we're going in there and redoing them. So these are certain locations in the neighborhood, but don't fret. Once we're done with the dig out repairs, we will do our edge grinding and overlay. And so we will do the whole neighborhood, full width, full length. And this week, the gas company, we discovered some gas company that was too low when we did some edge grinding. So they're out there right now lowering their gas main before we can actually finish the road. So right now, Faravanti grading is not there. They're waiting for the gas company to get out of the way, and then they'll come back later next week. So we finished all the dig out repairs. We'll do the leveling course and then the final surface overlay for the whole neighborhood. And then finally raising the utilities and some striping. So what's coming up? We're finished with Golden Hill Road. We're finishing with Country Club. What's Public Works gonna do? Well, we have quite a few projects. The first one that's going to be starting in June is to do the upgrades of the sewer and water lines on 17th Street from Chestnut to Spring. If you recall, the real reason for this project is to repave that street after the completion of the Bowersbeck School. But unfortunately, before we can touch the road repairs, we have to upgrade all the old sewers and the water. So we're doing that, and contract has been executed and ready to go. We're waiting for school to end, and then we will go in there and upgrade the sewer and water. There are also some gas mains that need to be upgraded, so all the undergrounds will be done. And then once all the undergrounds are done, then we will actually do the road repairs and install all the missing sidewalks and upgrade all the curb ramps to current ADA standards. So the sewer and water is being funded with Sewer and Water Enterprise Fund. The surface repair is being funded with Measure J20, and the curb ramp upgrades and missing sidewalks is being funded with CDBG grant. The next one that's coming up is in highway safety grant that we receive, about $300,000 to improve and enhance the pedestrian crossing at Appaloosa and Niblick. There will be some flashing push-button activated crosswalk signs. We'll install some extra long arm for the street light so it can cover that road intersection. So that will be occurring in the next, sometime in June as well. The other one is we're going to be building a new road at the airport called Right Way, so that there'll be additional land that can be available for leases at the municipal airport. And actually, Triana Winery has already in negotiation to select a couple of these parcels, and then the Joe Grogan RV Storage has already initiated some parcels, and then there's some other people that are already interested, and we haven't even started the road. But the road itself will be under construction in June, and that includes putting in the water and the sewer and the drainage to accommodate the future development when those land leases are approved. And then, if you recall, the City Council authorized some excess or reserve Measure J20 funds, and you told us to go ahead and use it for the west side streets. It's the red one, it's the red streets that we will be doing. The green one's already done. And we're gonna try that fiberized slurry that we experimented on Tower Road. And actually, this contract is on the consent calendar to award it. And so once that's awarded, then we'll get started on that as well, on this project. And then finally, we also have our annual e-slurry project on the east side of town. We will be doing all the Grand Canyon neighborhood, and this project is being funded with gas tax. So we'll still be busy in spite of completing Golden Hill Union Road and Country Club. I think that's all I have, and so now I'll turn it over to Frida unless you guys have questions for me.
Any questions from council regarding this report?
Yeah, Mayor Martin, John Hammond. Ditas, yeah, I had to find a call today on somebody up on not Panorama, it was up off the 17th. And they're pretty upset at the fact that they're not seeing a whole lot on the west side. And I assured them that they are on a list, like we all are on the west side, but maybe we ought to is it, I guess, somewhere on the website that I can point them to that they can kind of see where they might be landing on timeframes? Or is that not really on any?
Well, we have our that 6-year plan is still on the website, and we're doing the J20, and then we're doing the Sunset Panorama, which is all the west side.
Yes, I know.
So it's not unfortunately, it's not as much as we want to. It's just a matter of the available funds, but we're doing our very best.
Exact same words came out of my mouth today, too.
Yeah.
But I just, like I said, it'd be nice if we can, when we get these kind of calls, that we can direct them to a location that they can see kind of progress made for west side streets. So,
sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other council questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll move along. Thank you very much for those reports. What's next with Frida?
Mr. Mayor, Frida Berman, Public Works Director. First, on our ongoing Fire Station 3 project, we're hitting pause button this month. We have reached the point where until we receive the switchgear and install it and can get PG&E out there to hook up the building, that we will be just maintaining what's already been built. I have a short video here that really speaks for itself of where we are, and you can see where we're going for a real third fire station. They have been spending the past couple weeks putting in the concrete drives and in the back of the building, installing asphalt for parking areas. Quickly. And also working on the interiors of the building. Painting is done. We're installing the cabinets in the kitchen, really turning it into a very nice working fire station. You can see the amount of rebar that's going in the back. It's quite amazing, and it really is going to be something really nice, and that will last a very long time. So, I mean, I think we can all imagine without the landscape and irrigation what this is going to look like, but I think we'll be seeing a grand opening ceremony in September. Next, the Uptown Family Park water feature replacement. The notice to proceed was issued this week. Actually, yesterday, the contractor has until May 10th to begin the project, and we anticipate kids running through the spray in July. Barney Schwartz Park pump track construction, the bids opened April 20th. We received one bid, and you will be seeing that bid award on your first meeting in June agenda. for award. So we should be starting construction at the end of June or early July and continue through September. In design are the same two projects I've mentioned for the last few reports. The pickleball court complex, the 90% plans are being finalized by the architect for submission to the building department. And the law enforcement facilities at Second Wind Way, we received the final corrections there with the building department, and we should be going out to bid sometime in the next month or so. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council?
We're seeing none here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you for that presentation. This is information only. No council action is required. Thank you for the information. Up next, we have Warren Frace with our community development update.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So all the departments are in the process of making update reports to the City Council. So tonight, this is the Community Development Department's update report. All right. So just a little bit of background on the function of the Community Development Department. Basically, our primary job is implementation of the general plan. City adopted the current general plan in 2003. It called for a build-out population of 44,000 people. That would comprise of about 5,000 additional housing units, 4 million square feet of commercial and industrial space, completion of the city's circulation system to support all that development, and then we also oversee the CEQA compliance with all these projects. So the department is organized into 3 different functions. We have the planning services branch, the building services branch, and then the city engineering function. Currently, we're authorized at 22.8 full-time employees. Currently, we have about 16 on staff. We also have extensive contracts with different engineering, architecture, and planning firms to supplement staff. So we basically are probably operating with almost twice that many folks in terms of keeping ahead of everything if you figure in the contract services. This is just a quick update on some of our key trends that we monitor in terms of tracking development. So one of our key metrics is permit applications. So last year, so this is the 2022 metrics, we received 1,516 permits, which was an increase of 110%. Issuance of permits for residential development, housing units is another key metric we're tracking. Last year, we issued 284 housing unit permits, which was almost a 400% increase. And then the other thing we finally track is valuation. So when permits are issued, there's a value. It's not what they sell for, but it's a construction valuation index that's used. Last year, that index was at 160 million, which was almost a 300% increase over the previous year. And it looks like this year we're on track to be fairly close to these levels, if not even higher. So this is our forecast for housing production. Like I said, we saw about a 400% increase last year, and that's before these projects have even started building housing units. So we have the Olson South Chandler specific plan, the Beechwood specific plan, the Rolling Hills apartment project, Riverwalk Terrace, and then River Oaks 2. All of these projects are slated to start construction in the next year or two. Based on that, we could see a significant increase. So we're at about 300 units last year. It's possible we could double that over the next couple years. We also provide support services, so customer service and the public counter is a major function of the department. We have a number of folks devoted to that. We also support the City Planning Commission as well as ad hoc committees. Paso Permits is basically kind of our brand name for our permitting services. We use the Excella land management services to provide those services. That Excella system has an excellent workflow tracking system. We're all digital in terms of plan submittals and plan checks. We now have a fully online solar permitting system, and then building, planning, and engineering all use the same system. But basically, an applicant engineer can submit all their plans digitally. Those then go into the Excel system that basically tracks the progress through the workflow. And then we have weekly reports where we check the status to just make sure everything is moving along. We actually received this email today from an architect that says he loves PR City's digital submittal, saves a lot of money and paper. So it is something that we believe is working well. Short-term rentals, we do issue permits and track compliance. So we have dashboards that are available online. We track the different sorts of complaints. The primary complaint we do get is noise complaints. We have staff devoted to following up and monitoring that. Properties that continue to violate are issued basically violation letters on that. So we also track the issued permits. We do maintain a waiting list for the home share, or excuse me, the non-hosted permits, which are limited. So we're constantly reviewing that and issuing additional permits as they become available. And we're in the process of updating the zoning code. The zoning code really hasn't been updated since probably the 1980s. So we have a consultant working with staff on that. That's working through the Planning Commission and Housing Constraints Committee right now. We do see completion of that likely in 2023, the end of this year. So just going to give you a quick overview on some of the bigger projects and initiatives we're working on. So housing production, we'll look at the transportation system build out, lodging and hotels, downtown projects, and industrial development. So starting with housing, as we've talked about in the general plan, we have a number of specific plan areas designated for housing. There's approximately 4,300 housing units that are slated for the east side of town in the Beechwood, Olson, South Chandler, and North Chandler specific plan areas. Here's just a quick tally of all these. And these were all basically authorized or allocated in the 2003 general plan. So 20 years ago, the city decided they were going to build out to a population of 44,000, and we've been working on that since then. This shows basically the allocation of those units among all those specific plans. Darcy gave you a report last meeting about meeting our state housing requirements, which is called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. We are doing very well on that. As those other projects come online, we expect that we'll exceed our RENA numbers fairly easily. So here's the River Oaks project. This is the Borkey specific plan off of Buena Vista, north of Kermit King, 271 units that are under construction right now. They're working on the grading of phases 3 through 5. Olson South Chandler specific plan, basically Sherwood, Lene Road, mass grading for phase 1's done. They are now getting ready to mobilize to do all the track improvements, which are the roads, the sewers, the water lines, the park improvements. They've told us today that the contractors will be fully mobilized by the end of the month. So it'll be very busy this summer in that area. They'll also be rebuilding Royal Oak Park, which is an existing city park, and then restoring Turtle Creek and creating a linear park along that. So that'll be part of the phase 1 improvements. That'll be a nice feature for the existing community as well as future residents. And we've been partnering with the Housing Authority on affordable projects. So this will actually be one of the first projects built at Olson, South Chandler off of Fontana Road. 69 affordable family housing units. So that'll be constructed by the Housing Authority. And this is an example of one of the single family products that's going to be built out there that we expect will be in the first phase. This will be a courtyard product, which is kind of a small lot single family. The developer is also going to take advantage of the new changes in state law on accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and they'll actually include an ADU with every unit. So we'll end up with 120 single family units, each with a ADU rental unit attached. And then the Beechwood specific plan was approved a couple years ago. We're working with the developers right now on the improvement plans and track maps. This one looks like it may be about 9 months to a year behind Olson, but this is south down here on Meadowlark, Beechwood, Creston Roads. This would be the segment of Airport Road that will be built as part of the Beechwood project. And let's see, Riverwalk Terrace. This is a housing project with another partnership with the Housing Authority. This is the vacant pad next to the old J.C. Penney's in the Walmart Center, 79 affordable senior units. This will be breaking ground in June. And then the Red Tail Apartments, these are currently under construction on Creston Road next to the Food for Less Center, 200 market rate units. These should be available for rent by the end of the year. And then the same group, Red Tail, just got approval from the Planning Commission for another project. So this is Creston Road and Rolling Hills, 135 market rate apartment units there. So transportation improvements, obviously with all this growth, transportation improvements are going to be very important. So this is the city's circulation element. So the circulation element identifies a series of improvements that are required to accommodate the growth, maintain levels of service. So basically everything that's highlighted in red is either a road segment or an intersection that we're currently working on for improvement. So for example, we have the Golden Hill Roundabout right here. That'll be wrapping up. Once we're done with that, we're gonna jump over here to do the Creston Road segment. Then we have the Niblick Road segment. We have the in-track improvements here at Olson Ranch. Down here at 46 West, we're gonna be realigning South Vine Street and building a bridge there. And then ultimately the new Airport Road alignment from the boys' school down to Union Road will be built. And then there's a series of intersection and signal improvements throughout the different corridors that are in progress right now. So here's the roundabout that Ditas just gave us an overview on, but that'll be opening soon. And then we'll be shifting over to Creston Road. Those are complete streets improvements, so new signals, roundabouts, bike lanes, overall improvements to the corridor to help with traffic flow. And then the Niblick Road corridor, we did get the $13 million grant. That's going to help fund the Class 1 bikeway that will improve access to the schools. And then the developers, both Beechwood and Olson, are making a series of improvements to the different intersections to increase capacity. And we're working on optimizing all the signals in that corridor at the same time. Here's the South Vine realignment. So now we've jumped down to Highway 46. Here's 101. So the Theater Drive was realigned about 10 years ago. That was a city project. Our next phase will be to build the South Vine Bridge at the signal light and then to realign South Vine Street. Then ultimately the signals will be replaced with roundabouts at the interchange. That'll be a slow cogs Caltrans project. And we're also working on bikeway improvements. So our next big bikeway will be a connection along North River Road that'll connect basically the Union Road bike path up to River Oaks and Cuesta College. Hotels and lodging, a lot going on there as well. So we do expect, we're about 1,400 hotel rooms now. We'll probably be adding about 1,000 more lodging units over the next couple of years. So we're seeing a lot of interest in new hotels. We've got the Gateway Resort project. There's interest in restoring old motels in town. We've got some new RV parks in the works. We're also got a glamping project, which is kind of a mix between a hotel and an RV park that might be moving ahead. All that means a lot more transient occupancy tax for the city to provide for additional city services. So Hotel Ava, Pine and 10th Street, 151 rooms. It's gonna be a 4-story, 4-star plus hotel. It's under construction and moving along nicely. And then we have the Marriott Residence Inn. This is the project that you see as you drive down 101 across from Firestone. They've got the first floor framed up on top of the hill. This is not part of the Gateway annexation. This was already in the city. So this is in addition to the Gateway annexation project, but 128 rooms, that's under construction currently as well. This is the Paso Gateway Resort. This is up to 425 rooms. First phase will be the Hilltop Resort, which will be a very high-end resort, conference room, hotel facility. That can't get built until the South Vine realignment's done. So that's the push right now, is working with the developer to get this under construction in 2024, so that then we can move on with the resort construction. Then across the street, we have Theater Drive. We have Peachtree Hotel Group that's basically purchased the La Bella, the Hampton Inn, and they own this parcel here where they're proposing a 133-room Hyatt Place project. So they envision this as kind of a hotel campus concept, and then we're going to be working with them on a surplus property that the city has here to provide access to and tie together all these parcels. And then you got the River Lodge that's being restored by another group next door. So that's going to be a boutique motel property and spa. They've already redone the sign, but the whole project's going to be really a nice improvement to that property and part of that corridor. And then we're also seeing additional vintage boutique motel projects happening on Spring Street. So we already had Paso Robles Inn, the Stables was restored a couple years ago, and then the Farmhouse Motel will be reopening next week. And then out there on Union Road near Barney Schwartz, this is in plan check. This is a Fairfield Inn and Suites Hotel, another 119 rooms. That looks like that one will be probably a few years out, but it is moving forward. And there's a 290 space RV park out at the Links Golf Course that we've been working on for a couple years. That'll also have some commercial retail. They're kind of thinking about some possible redesign options. So we're going to see something there. It'll probably be a little different than this plan. All right, and then downtown, stuff going on there. A lot of action on Railroad Street. So in 2018, the city adopted kind of this corridor vision for Railroad Street. Since then, we've had the Cal Coast Brewery and the Backyard Project approved and built, kind of demonstrating what that concept of that corridor can look like. Planning Commission has been working with staff on a streetscape concept, basically to put different lighting, street furniture, new sidewalks, open up the backs of these existing properties, public art, that sort of thing. So this is something that's going to get incorporated into new projects as they move forward. One of the first is the 1122 Railroad Street remodel that's under construction right now. This was Lush Limousine, and now it's going to turn into this, which is going to be a multi-tenant food and beverage venue. And public art, we've been working with, different artists on mural projects as well as sculptural, visual art projects in the downtown. I think there's some interest in doing some additional things that we'll be seeing as well. And then also we've been looking at Paso Robles Street. So this is the northbound off-ramp into town, the industrial corridor. So the Planning Commission's identified this as an area that could benefit from some enhancements as well. So we're working on some concepts and we'll be presenting some ideas to the City Council in the near future on that. And then industrial development, we got the boys' school. This is the landing project. Majestic Realty is now the owner. We're wrapping up the EIR. That's about 2 million square feet of industrial, commercial, office, and lodging. Potentially could generate 3,000 jobs when it's complete. The overall kind of space tech corridor concept is part of this, and this is, the boys' school would be a central feature to this, but we're seeing a lot of other interest in development in that area, which includes the Justin Winery expansion. So they're under construction right now with an additional 250,000 square feet of additional warehouse spaces in these two locations, and they're building a key segment of the new airport road. And then out on Dry Creek Road, Triana Winery, that's an existing airport tenant, it's expanding. So they're adding also another 250,000 square feet of wine production and distribution space. We expect that to break ground here very soon. And then the Stravinsky Dow campus on Airport Road, another 300,000 square feet, wine, production, and distribution. That will also be breaking ground this year. And Paso Commons Industrial Park. So this is on Wisteria, some of the existing vacant lots. That's now approved for 400,000 square feet of new industrial buildings and wine support services. So all in all, you're looking at over 3 million square feet that will probably be under construction around the airport in the next year and a half. So obviously that requires new roads. So we've been working with Caltrans for a number of years on what we call the parallel route to 46 East. And that's the idea, basically this yellow corridor where from Jardine down Dry Creek, there would be a new segment of Airport Road that then would connect down to Union Road. So the first phase that we have to put in is basically this segment from existing Airport Road down to Wisteria where Justin Winery is. So that's going to look somewhat like this. There'll be a new bridge here on Wero Creek. This, once we get down to Wisteria, then traffic can get to the signal to make a left turn. No longer have to try to make left turns at the existing Airport Road. And then eventually we'll get the interchange with the overcrossing. So this is what the new Wero Creek Bridge would look like. So there's Wero Creek. That's the bridge right there. This is kind of existing Airport Road, and this would be the new Airport Road connection down to Wisteria, and would have a roundabout to tie the two airport roads together. And then finally, new Airport Road overcrossing at Union Road. This is the project that is the ultimate that ties together all the circulation on the east side of town. This is a $50 million overcrossing interchange project. We currently have a $40 million TSEP grant in with the state of California that we're very hopeful about. And then we have the California Transportation Commission visiting town here on this Friday to review this project. So we're all in on trying to get this funded. And that's what's going on in ComDev.
Well, I would thank you for the information, except that seems to be an understatement. The information presented here is monumental. So many things going on in the city. Thank you for that, Warren. This is an information presentation. No council action is required. Council comments.
Mr. Mayor, I'll start. I gotta do a little bragging that our city manager, Ty Lewis, bragged for the city of Paso Robles the other night at our League of Cities meeting down in San Luis Obispo about our arena numbers, which are very, very impressive. This department has done very well, and I don't know if anybody that's in the county or anywhere close all the way down to Oxnard is doing as good as what we're doing. So I did have a question, though, too, for you, Warren, on how does the new state regulations with it regarding ADUs affect our build-out numbers? In other words, do they count? Are we going to get there quicker because of this new overreach from the state? And because we had, I think, 4,300 to go, and where are we at on that right now?
Yeah, so the ADUs are a state mandate, and it's kind of interesting in that they don't actually count as regular units under our general plan. They're not subject to CEQA or any of our standard fees like normal units are. So they're basically in addition to our general plan numbers. The thinking why the state's doing that is they're trying to increase the supply of affordable housing. So the ADUs, because they're on an existing lot and they're smaller than a main house, and they have to be rented, the theory is that they'll have less impacts than a regular house and they'll be more affordable. I think we'll see over the next couple of years how that plays out. It looks like the developers in the Olson project are very interested in maximizing ADUs, which we weren't expecting as well. So we've actually had to redesign the sewer system in that tract to accommodate the additional units that are coming in. So there's pros and cons, and I think it's kind of an experiment, and we'll see how it plays out over the next year or two.
Do you think our sewer and water facilities will be able to handle these additional units?
Our overall facilities are fine. We have a new water plant, we have a new sewer plant, our downstream mains are fine, but as you get to kind of the end of the system where these new tracks are going in, it's we can design for it. What happens is the ADUs aren't part of the original project, so the engineers didn't know about it. So the engineers were very surprised and actually had to go back and upsize some of the lines to accommodate this. Luckily, we caught it in time, but it could be a problem, and it may be a problem in other communities.
Okay. And the last question I had was 24th Street, overcrossing over the trains. Where are we at on that? I mean, is it still years out, or what's the thought on that project?
Well, Deedus has been working on that. Maybe, Deedus, you want to give us an update on the 24th Street bridge replacement?
Sure. So the project is 65% designed and is being reviewed by the Caltrans structure people. We've also completed the appraisal for the right-of-way that we need to acquire, mostly from the Black Oaks, the camp area there. We need some property from them. We also need property from the Union Pacific, and then we're doing a land swap with the Mid-State Fair Agricultural Services. So we're going through the right-of-way acquisition. We have a grant to acquire the right-of-way. We have about a $800,000 grant that the Federal Highway Administration has given us. We match it by 11%. The design is also a federal grant. So we're moving along, and then we're hoping that sometime 25, 26, we will submit for the construction grant. And then if we are funded, then we can move into construction. So we're moving under their money, but hopefully ultimately we'll get a lot more money for construction.
Trying to get shovel ready so that we can apply for those grants.
Right, and that's usually how you do it. You get the environmental grant, then you get the design grant, then you get the right-of-way grant, and then you get the construction grant.
Very good. Great. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Fred Strong.
Thank you. Any other council comments?
Yes, Fred. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Councilman Strong? Yes, along that same line, we have the construction on Commerce Way, which was scheduled for this year originally, but you mentioned all the new ADUs that are going in on the Chandler Ranch and Olson project, which now are going to require a huge upgrade for the size of their pipes and everything to give them things. I understand they're going to put those in this year, which is going to delay that project for approximately a year. So instead of being rebuilt this year, it's going to be rebuilt the following year. I think maybe Deedus is the one to answer that.
Deedus probably knows
it does
the
relate to your
timing on Commerce, but we are going to be upgrading the Scott Street sewer this year.
Yeah, the Chandler Ranch, the one that's under construction, they have to upgrade the sewer system that will serve that development, and they're going to go down Commerce Way and to Scott Street. So until they finish that upgrade, we don't really want to do the resurfacing of Commerce Way. Even though Commerce Way is on the list, we're delaying that until they finish the sewer, and they're supposed to install that this summer, and then we'll follow it up with the road repair.
Okay, very good. And of course, then we also have to design all these projects so that we don't tie up too much of the city and have everybody just sitting at home because they can't go anywhere.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Martin, this is Steve Gregory. I've got a couple questions. Warren,
Go for it.
In your first part of the presentation on the general plan, the 4 million square feet of commercial growth seems a little light with 3 million coming in the next couple of years. Do you believe that's possible?
Yeah, it seemed like a huge number in 2021. That was the number that, they had ballparked in there, but they actually had allocated a lot more land because of all the industrial land around the airport. And I think that's what's happening is the build out at the airport is accelerating faster than we had anticipated. So I do think we'll have to review that. We may hit a plateau after the Majestic project or not.
Yeah. Okay. And then my other question was on Lene Road. Are they going to start building the new Lene Road at this juncture because that's where they're at on roads, or?
Yeah, so basically we're going to connect Sherwood down to Lene Road so that instead of that zigzag, it's one nice smooth arterial road. So that's one of the first phase improvements. That'll be done before any houses are occupied.
Very good. And thank you. And I don't know, what do you do for your extra time? Thank you.
Mayor Martin, this is Councilman Belsch.
Warren, that was just an amazing report. Thank you very much. Very exciting and lots to look forward to. We had a recent pedestrian fatality at the north end of the railroad tracks. At one time, if I remember correctly, there was some discussion of a pedestrian crossing, I believe, like up at, I think is like 36th Street, if I remember correctly, somewhere up there. Any thoughts as to that coming back for discussion at some point?
So it's actually in your circulation element currently is a additional railroad crossing. So let's see if we can zoom in on this thing. So you'll see it right there. So at 28th Street, the general plan identifies that as a location for a pedestrian-only crossing. There is a gated pedestrian crossing in San Miguel. That's kind of the thinking that could be the template for this.
Right.
It is difficult to work through UP Railroad to get those sorts of things, but it's clear that there's a need, especially with all the services there on Black Oak with the restaurants and the grocery stores and whatnot. So that is in the general plan. It's not currently a funded project, but it was identified as a need.
Thank you.
Any other council comments?
I think we're good, Mr.
Well,
Mayor.
I just want to say that I think this is such an amazing report. For those of us who have been involved with city government for a long time, a lot of these projects were once upon a time just sort of a twinkle in the eye and a hopeful outlook for the future. And through a lot of hard work and a really good planning and excellent staff work and community input, we've established an upward path that's going to greatly amplify and improve and enhance our community. So kudos to everybody that's been involved all those years. It's just amazing and wonderful to see these things coming to fruition at this time. So thank you for that report, Warren. So we come to a point now for general public comments, and because I am attending virtually this evening, it's going to be awkward for me to handle that. So at this point in time, I would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem John Hammond to take over and conduct the meeting. John, the gavel is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving forward then with public comment, this is a time that we have for the council to be addressed by anyone from the public that is going to speak on something that is not on our agenda tonight. We can't take action on anything you're going to be talking about, but we can certainly get something started if you have some questions. So you'll have 3 minutes. Anyone wishing to address the council, so please come up to the lectern. Dale?
Good evening, Mayor and council persons. Dale Augustin, 945 Spring Street is no longer there. I'm a retired and living outside the city limits, which is sad because I don't get any parking permits for a senior anymore. And but welcome back, Mayor. As I said before, it's good to hear your voice leading this council. The parking issue is still a big issue, and I wish you would reinstate the parking commission so we could have some seminars or input from the public about what they want, because all I'm hearing when I walk through town is everybody in the way of citizens of this city, they don't like it, but nobody's come up with an alternate plan. And I think we need to have a parking commission to do that.
Thank you, Dale. Anyone else? And
We
Madam
do
Clerk,
have.
do we have anybody online?
Yes, we do. Thomas Fox.
Thomas, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I live in the southeast section of the city, and I will. I would just like to say that I would like the sewage system cleaned out more than it has been. There's been a lot of backing up. I've got 3 children. I pay a lot of cash. I pay a lot of taxes in this town, and quite frankly, there's a lot of poop coming out of my sewers that I really just don't enjoy.
Okay. Has staff addressed this? Have you had anybody out there working on the problem?
Sir, I've had several plumbers, several different certified plumbing agencies come out and try to do this, and they're saying that it is a city issue, and it is not a public or a private, have you will, a private situation. They're saying that it has something to do with the city plumbing.
Okay, then we'll, if you wouldn't mind, call the city hall, ask for the Public Works Department, and we can get somebody in touch with you to start working on the issue.
All right. I have 3 children, and it is the poop it's out of control.
Understood. Okay, give us a call, please. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Anyone else, Melissa?
No, sir.
All right. We'll go ahead and then open up, call the order public hearing. Item number 1, we have consideration of resolution 23XXX, approving the annexation of number 61 territory within the future annexation area of the city's community facilities district 2005-1. And David Athy, do you have the report?
I do, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor online, City Council members, David Athy here tonight as the City Engineer. So I want to talk about this action tonight. It's a little out of the ordinary in terms of timing. This is an annexation for a CFD, Community Facilities District, sometimes referred to as a Melrose type district. It's for parcel map PR 16165. It is owned by the Carol Isabel Revocable Trust and located at 301 Creston Road, so just up from South River Road intersection. This is the actual parcel map, so it creates 4 lots. Lots 1 through 4. Lot 1 tonight is not subject to the CFD annexation. That is typically because of our policy. We do not annex properties with existing homes on them. So the map is conditioned by the Planning Commission to join CFD 2005-1. This was adopted in 2005. The basic annexation area is this dark line around this map, which encompasses most of the city except the lands in the Beechwood, Olson, South Chandler area. So any new parcels created within this area are annexed into this CFD. And this has been an action that the council has taken in the past, approved with other final maps that have created new parcels in the city. So the annexation tonight requires an affirmative vote by the landowners. They have done that. They voted 3-0. The votes are based on acreage of a lot. 3-0 in the yes affirmative. They also signed a consent and waiver to shorten the election. That's important because it allows us to get here tonight and not have a longer process. They've also given us an annexation area map, which I'll show you in a second. And then we also tonight, the action that you'll be taking is a resolution certifying that the election was duly processed, and you'll add this territory to 2005-1. And then secondly, an ordinance authorizing levying a special tax for the CFD, which is about $995 a year, just for the area annexed into the CFD. It only affects the 3 properties we're talking about tonight. So here's the annexation map. Creston Road's right here on the right side of the map. This is lot 1. It's in blue because it's not being annexed. The 3 future parcels that are being created, lots 2 through 4. That's another separate action item for you tonight. It's on the consent agenda. But we have to do the annexation first, then approve the map. So that's why we're doing this a little kind of a different sequence that we've usually done in the past. So recommendation from staff is to approve the resolution annexing the territory and then introducing the ordinance for first reading to levy of the special taxes. And with that, I'll turn that back over to council, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good. Thank you, David. Mayor Martin, any questions for David Ath?
Nothing from me.
Okay. Council, any questions here? None?
No.
Okay, we're all good. Do we have anyone from the public wish to address the item?
We do need to go ahead and open the public hearing on the item.
Yes. Okay, we need to open up the public hearing and move forward on that section legally.
Good evening again, Dale Gustin. I'm confused because what Mr. App said about existing homes, I was involved in the Borky annexation, and there was existing homes in that at the time.
Okay. Anyone else in the public? David, you want to address the question?
I didn't catch the question. Could that be repeated for me?
I think it was just more of a statement that there were existing homes in the other Borky tract that doesn't really fit this scenario.
You know, I'm not aware of specifically the Borky tract. This is not an annexation of land into the city. I don't know if that was I don't know if that was a annexation in the past. However, this has been the policy of the city since I've been here for 6 years, and I believe also my predecessor also left existing homes. Those homes that in the thought process, those homes that are existing have already paid their taxes. They're already part of the tax base for the city. This new tax is levied for additional services that are created, not to offset, taxes that are, currently used for different services. Right. These are new services that are needed. So this has been the policy, in the past that we've just carried forward.
Okay. All right. Very good. Melissa, do we have anyone online wishing to?
No, sir.
Okay. Bring it back to council. We'll close the public hearing and give it to us for discussion.
I'm ready to make a motion if there's no discussion.
Any other discussion from the group? Okay. Mr. Gregory?
No.
I move we approve resolution number 23XXXA, approving the annexation number 61 of territory within the future annexation area to the city's Community Facilities District number 2005-1.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion?
Do we need to do the second part of that at the same time?
We do it in 2 steps.
Okay. 2 steps? Okay. All right. So we'll call for the question. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. And then I move we introduce ordinance NSXXX, make sure you got enough X's there, related thereto for a first reading.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay. Call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. All right, so that concludes that item, and we'll go ahead and move into, do we need to close the public? Exactly. Move into consent calendar, and these are items of consent calendar that are not considered routine, or that are considered routine and not requiring separate discussion. However, anyone wishing to pull an item for further discussion and or questions of staff can do so. So at this time, anyone from council have anything from the consent calendar items 1 through the total
11.
Let's get all screwed up here. Yeah, we have quite a lot, 11 of them. Okay. Anyone have a question?
Not necessarily a question, just an observation. There was some discussion on the Niblick Road quarter plan. For anybody that's listening, there's a great page on the prcity.com website. I had to kind of hunt for it, but it is an awful lot of information for anybody that's interested, with just kind of the whole history of that whole corridor plan. It's worth searching for.
Okay, very good. Okay, so anyone else?
No.
All right, anyone from the public wish to pull an item or have any questions on the consent calendar? Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back for discussion and or action for the council.
Mr. Hammond, I'm ready to make a motion.
Martin moves to approve.
Second.
There we go.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Martin, second by Councilman Strong. Any discussion? All right, we'll call for the question.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Moving on to item P, a report on items approved for consent. Ty Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. As mentioned, we do have 11 items on tonight's consent calendar. First item is approval of the April 18th, 2023 City Council meeting minutes, followed by approval of the April 25th, 2023 Special City Council meeting minutes, not 2025. Item number 3 is a reaffirmation of Resolution 23-18, which is a regular recurring item approving the remote and or hybrid remote and in-person public meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361. Item number 4 is receipt of the warrant register. Item number 5 is initiating the annual levy of landscaping and lighting district number 1 and drainage maintenance district 2008-1 for fiscal years 2023 to 2024. Item number 6 is approval of contract for Paso Robles landscape and lighting district maintenance areas 1 and 4. Item number 7 is approval of a contract to replace the City Hall Library chiller. Item number 8 is approval of a resolution authorizing your city manager to award a contract for project approval and environmental documents for the Niblick Road Corridor Plan. Item number 9 is approval of resolution approving the allocation of SB1 funds for 2023 to 2024. Item number 10 is related to the public hearing you just heard, acceptance of a final parcel map, PR 16-0165 for recordation of 301 Creston Road for Carol Isabel Revocable Living Trust. And the last item is approval of contracts and change orders for development review consultant.
Very good. Time now to move on to discussion items. And the first up is going to be North County Broadband Strategic Plan. We have, Chris, Assistant City Manager Chris Hewitt will give us the report.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Chris Hewitt, Assistant City Manager. I'm going to be very brief and then turn it over to folks that are a little smarter than me in this world. But I did want to take a moment and really thank a few people. One, I wanted to recognize and thank Economic Development Manager Paul Sloan. He was the point person for the city on this project, worked very close with all of our partners and stakeholders over the last several months to get this to the finish line and to you this evening. Sean Eisner with our IT department, again, helped provide some technical input. Lorelei Capel with the City of Atascadero and the City of Atascadero for their collaboration. Townsend Public Affairs, who actually led a grant writing process, and you'll hear a little bit about that, but this project was fully funded through a grant. The Teleworks team, Maria Kelly is here with us this evening. And then finally to the City Council, if you recall, way back when, about a year and a half ago, this item was specifically included in the goals that this council adopted as part of that 2-year planning strategy. And so I'm pleased that we're before you this evening inside that first year of that 2-year planning cycle to present this to you. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Sloan to carry you for the next few slides. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor Martin, Mayor Pro Tem Hammond, and members of the council. My part will be showing some slides to illustrate what Assistant City Manager Chris Hewitt just said. So this is just an excerpt from you see the City Council adopted goals for fiscal years 2022-24, where it was specifically a goal of the City Council to expand internet access and connectivity through adopting a regional broadband strategic plan. To that end, in April of last year, Council authorized the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the cities of Paso Robles and Atascadero, and both of the cities allocated, as ACM Hewitt said, $100,000, giving us a working budget of $200,000 for this project. And the two teams collaborated wonderfully, as was just illustrated. We put together an RFP. The company Teleworks, request for proposal. Teleworks was retained for this project, and it launched the latter part of last year. And as was mentioned, the city of Paso working with our Townsend Public Affairs consultants, we applied for and were awarded a local area technical assistance grant from the California Pacific CPUC, California Public Utilities Commission, in the amount of $200,000, which completely reimburses the two cities for this project. So it's a great project for our two cities. There's a great project working together regionally, and now the work is completed. It was presented to Atascadero City Council last week and approved unanimously, and we're pleased to bring it before you this evening. And to walk us through this important project, I'd like to bring to the microphone Maria Kelly from Teleworks.
Shoot, guys are fast talkers. Awesome.
Welcome, Erin.
Thank you. So happy to be here this evening. I'm sharing this report with you. It really always feels good when you hear it was a great project. It really was a great project. I am Maria Kelly. I live in Atascadero. So I also have a very invested interest in ensuring broadband access for our community, and really appreciated the leadership of North County to go ahead and move forward with the North County Regional Strategy. Amazing leadership for our county. I'm just going to walk a little bit. Some of this will be repeat, but some of it is also going to be reminding us of what the scope timeline was. We deviated a little bit from the scope of the project to your benefit, I hope, to our community's benefits. What did the data tell us? The data that we collected, what did we do with that? Some recommendations and some actions. So remembering project scope was to develop an actionable plan to achieve digital equity, achieve access to last mile broadband service. So that means access to businesses, homes, to increase broadband speeds, access, and quality of broadband services, regardless within the footprint of the city. Some of our analysis, of course, fell outside, but all the information I'll be sharing with you today will be inside. We did augment that scope a little bit and engage some of the internet service providers, about 11 actually, and I'll share that data with you. And ultimately what was versus looking at California Broadband for All minimum speeds of 100 download, 20 upload, Paso Robles really, and actually all broadband planning really does need to be looking at citywide gigabit symmetrical service. And so some of our recommendations and actions are leaning towards that, which is far beyond what we originally anticipated. So this is the process that we went through in a very quick time frame. It's always important to try to do things efficiently, and I feel like we did. Really kicked off the project in September, October, and did wrap up in March. And these were all the steps to get us to where we are today with an actionable broadband strategic plan. This was the specific timeline. What did we do during these 5, 6, 7 months? There was a lot of stakeholder outreach and engagement. There were a couple roundtables. I did a lot of one-on-one interviews, just finding out what needs were when we're looking at digital access and digital equity and inclusion specifically, when we're looking at what are the needs of the unserved, underserved. A longer process, the ISP RFI process, we started in November. We did not wrap that up until March. It took a little bit longer than we thought it would, but it was really important to meet with some local local network providers and outside the area. So again, looking at the lens of Broadband for All, the state initiatives and federal initiatives, long-term or short-term, long-term, are looking for 100% connectivity for all Californians at minimum speeds of 100 download, 100 upload, but 100 symmetrical. Right now it's 100 download, 20 upload for certain grants. Looking at access to affordable broadband. That means, average cost for a broadband is between $75 and $120 a month, excluding satellite network service. So, using ACP programs promoting and using ACP programs for that lower cost, but sometimes that's not even available. And then access to training equipment and support, and that's the digital inclusion, digital equity piece that will be an ongoing. But again, we looked at this, we used the lens of aligning with broadband for all. So what did we find? The FCC data, there was a challenge process. The FCC data we know has not been refreshed in years and years, and during the very middle of this project in December, January, the challenge process was opened by the feds, and we had enough data from the North County to go ahead and submit a challenge on your behalf. That was one of the first things out of scope, was we saw that there was a disparity between the data that the FCC had and the data that we were collecting based on speed and access. So based on what the feds were saying, you only had 9 unserved households, which I'll show you shortly we would not consider to be accurate. So there was some really interesting work. According to the CPUC, which is a different data set, they said you had 159 unserved households, and we couldn't identify any underserved. Now that's using those speeds, and again, this is a little bit technical, but it's important because the speeds are the threshold. Access to 100 megabit download, 20 upload. You can see that we considered the served anyone over a 25.3 because at the time we were doing the analysis, that's what we were using. So you can see in the city limits, there are some areas, some significant footprint areas that are considered unserved by the CPUC and therefore potential access to certain funding opportunities. When we looked at the speed test data, which we were promoting heavily for quite some time and well done, we did only have 9% of your census blocks responding. That's okay. You can see that that's scattered all throughout the city. We'd love to have more. But out of the 125 speed tests taken, correlated with the quality of service or the speeds, 17% would be considered unserved and 68% would be considered underserved. That means that the services that people are connecting to would not be considered as being a served house location. Whether that's equipment or just service, that's TBD. But part of the reason why we really started looking at that gigabit fiber connectivity was that would alleviate some of these discrepancies. So key findings. A lot of the discussion when we're talking about broadband infrastructure redundancy and resiliency is the connectivity of your anchor institutions within our communities. We did work with the city and they did identify 26 city buildings that would be important to connect in some sort of a network, a shared network. We added that into, you can see that all mapped out. So we added that into our analysis. And then we looked at some other assets potentially available for use for fiber, potentially, and Nacimiento Water Pipeline, we're all aware of that. That's more of a middle mile. There is access to connectivity potentially within that pipeline for future planning. And then Golden State Connect, Golden State Net is the state of California open access middle mile project that's under development, identified to be developed along the 101 with adjoining west east from the 46 at 101 all the way out to the 41 towards Shandon. So that is still in planning by the state of California, which is significant for Paso Robles. That is a massive open access opportunity which would allow for connectivity should the city, or as the city starts to plan for fiber development or any other additional planned fiber expansion that you may have, that middle mile access to infrastructure is going to be significant benefit to our community. So That's just some of the information we found. In regards to the city's broadband readiness, and in the state of California Department of Technology, the goal is to reduce the barrier for broadband deployment. We want to increase competition. We want to see more providers. And the way you do that is reduce barriers. This was some of the analysis that we did around policies and processes, construction standards. We met with staff. The staff was absolutely fantastic and available to work through some of these conversations. These are policy decisions that you can take at a later time as staff brings them back to you or as they're directed, and really start looking at some specific things to do to lower the barrier for any type of broadband deployment, whether it's fiber or wireless, but what are the things that providers would need to do to go through the permitting process. We wanted to be sure to cover what that ISP engagement looked like. It really was a soft touch, sort of an exploring, finding out what's available, what is the level of opportunity engagement with these other providers to bring in competition, to talk about a little bit more about access to just increase access opportunities. So we did a lot of research. We reached out to 11 ISPs, several within the area, many outside the area. Some of, I believe Paul will recall about 1.5 years ago, there was an opportunity to speak with Google Fiber, which is an example of an outside area ISP. We did not have the population density to appeal to them. And we met with 9 different ISPs, and that was a similar outcome with some of those, was that we just didn't hit that density population target. But we had some great engagement with the Sound, Spectrum, AT&T, and Ranch Wi-Fi. We did invite them to submit proposals on what a plan might look like with the city, for the city of Paso Robles. And you can see right there after the concept proposals, after our initial interviews, that Astound did deliver and provided something for analysis. AT&T declined at this time, but there's future opportunities should the city choose to engage in other conversations with them, and Charter asked for an extension, which I believe they have submitted after the end of this project, and I haven't been involved in any conversations. So it was a really great process and really important to helping really identify who could become a partner. If you recall, during our last conversation, we talked a lot about public-private partnerships, and that really is the future of what are the incentives that the city has, what can we do to engage the private sector to partner with you, and we had some good outcomes and potentially some good conversations. So when we talk about digital inclusion, this is a piece that's near and dear to me. We're talking about households that don't have access, or they're considered either they don't have access to the internet or they don't have the tools, the training. The census data doesn't always line up with what we found out from the needs assessment surveys. According to the census data, Paso's really well served, and everybody has access, and well, not everybody, but very few people don't have access, and everyone's tooled up. I think over 90% say they have computers. Through the process with the needs assessment survey, and we did have, again, great participation, there were enough people within there that did not have access, that wasn't available in their area. That could have been on the fringe or somewhere. We could see that there were unserved areas from the CPUC, but enough said that they don't have access to, do not have internet access. And that's important with noting. This one always bugs me a little bit, that supposedly the aging population is over 55, but we'll just have to go with it. That's the way that it's defined. And 85% are aging. We do see that tends to be a population that is from the state of California, as they're looking at digital equity planning, that is a target priority population. And 40% of the households that responded to the needs assessment survey, 40% of the households cannot afford the future of the digital new normal. And this was a report that was sourced by the Broadband Consortium, and that's significant data, so that's future forecasting. This digital divide is not something that's decreasing, it's increasing over time. And that's why I think we see some of these disparities in the data, and we need to pay attention, and it's worth noting. While the census data says 90% of all households do have internet access, 35% in our survey said it's unreliable or very unreliable, meaning that daily connectivity for telehealth, business, banking, education, work, it's not possible. It's not reliable enough to be able to utilize it on a regular, that's not fair. Use it on a regular basis, but it's not going to stay, the demands on the infrastructure are growing, therefore it's unstable or unreliable. We all know this, we've been in Teams meeting and Zoom meetings within our communities, and we are regularly blipping out. Right, so that we would say that that's accurate. And of course, not of course, but many say that their service is too expensive. Although, while 73% say their service is too expensive, when we look at the Affordable Connectivity Program data, which is a federally subsidized program for that all telecom and internet service providers are supposed to be providing, over 36%, only 36% of the households eligible have enrolled in ACP. I've held an ACP enrollment event at the Boys and Girls Club a couple weeks ago. We had about 15 households show up, enrolled 10 and distributed 10 Chromebooks. But I would say, I wish I'd written this down, but the percentage of households that qualify in Paso Robles, you're the highest number. The North County has the most eligible households. Again, this is where the census data isn't lining up. We see the greatest disparity of it in Paso Robles specifically. I have the zip code data. I'll share that with Paul, make sure that he has that. So there are a lot, part of it's because of your amazing job at public housing projects. You do house a lot of the lower income population. And so there is a significant proportion of our population in this community that really do not have access to low cost internet. And many of those, not just those, but when in interviews with some of with the school district and with the housing authority, finding out that there are a lot of parents who lack the skills to use the internet or to use computers the way they would need to. They're not sure anything about internet safety, about what their kids are doing online, how to bank, e-commerce, all these different things. So there is still a high need to just be aware that basic device and training is still a priority. So recommendations. For broadband infrastructure, the team encourages the staff to continue to pursue the concept proposal discussion with responding ISPs. We call those incumbent ISPs. Those are the providers that are in the area who basically have the most current infrastructure to build off of, and reminding that is going to be a public-private partnership model and focus on that 1 gig deployment. From broadband policies and management, ongoing monitoring of the FCC and CPUC data, we think that's going to be really important, again, because we're seeing such a discrepancy and a disparity in what the census data is telling us, what the community is telling us, and what we're seeing in some of those other places. So really important to continue to stay engaged in that. Look at some opportunities for some permitting processes and upgrades, and ISP or telecom or fiber deployment, it's a different type of construction process. The state of California is really requiring cities to explore micro-trenching. Dig once policies and micro-trenching are really important to expedite and reduce that barrier to deployment. Then you have to look at your paving overlays and what's the requirement and those kinds of things, but it's all doable. So really looking and implementing some of those simple broadband policy. And then around the digital equity and inclusion, that is more of a regional coordination conversation. We are having some conversations now at a regional level with the leadership of SLOCOG, been able to work with them to develop a broadband working group, including that digital inclusion conversation. Look where there's opportunities for CASF adoption grants that maybe not be you taking the lead, but if a community organization such as the Boys and Girls Club decided to do a CASF adoption grant, ensure your support with a letter of support. And then definitely support the ACP enrollment program. That can be either a link on your website or just ongoing, just letting the community members know that there is a program that's available for low-cost internet. I'll quickly cover some of the high-level action plans and what does the timeline look like when we're talking about implementation. You can see right now we are coming to you for your approval, and then encourage staff to continue to have those discussions with ISP for concept proposals. If you move that forward, you could do that during the rest of this year. If for some reason there wasn't a local ISP, and then you could look at certain non-incumbent and again, look outside the area. You're looking for that partner to come and build out the network. As there's been some preliminary design, as you know, with some of your EDA work. And to get that implemented is going to require, we believe is going to require that partner. Looking at the federal funding account grant in this Q4 of this year, that is administered by the CPUC, and it's going to be important to keep your eyes on that and find if there's any funding for the city. Ongoing, important to continue to monitor, as I shared earlier, monitoring and challenging that FCC and CPUC data. It's access to funding, but it's also access to your funding. But as we look at the county-wide strategy and looking for those other opportunities to partner, we know that there's a lot of areas surrounding Paso Robles outside the city that is considered unserved, and there will potentially be more opportunities there. And at the end, again, promoting for digital inclusion work, as I just shared. One of the things that you have that is amazing is your library system. You've done a great job. I finally was able to go through some of your 5-year strategy library planning. You've got some great targets. I spoke with staff there a couple of times, would have loved to have spent more time. Looking within your system, you've got a lot of great programs, making sure that it's bilingual. And accessible, and in possibly even looking at more other types of programs to support that basic digital equity, digital inclusion training. But again, very commendable and a great start. Could use a lot more promotion. Some don't know that service is there. And when we're talking about partners with the school district or Boys and Girls Clubs or some of these others, that's a real asset and a tool for this community. So with that, I am available to answer questions, but Paul, are you coming back first? Sure. What do you want to do? How do you want to do this? Do you want me to take questions first? Yes. Okay, I'm taking questions first.
Hi, Maria. Any questions for
Mr. Hammond?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I have, Mr. Hammond. Yes.
Go ahead.
So, Maria, this is a very interesting report, and again, the culmination of a lot of work which started as a very simple idea several months ago, actually longer than that ago, when you and I sat down and talked about the need for a North County broadband strategy. Could you comment, please, on how foundational this is, not only to help us catch up with underserved regions, but also to look towards the future in providing robust internet services to attract economic development and also to enhance our partnership with other organizations such as REACH in the state of California and even the federal government?
Yeah, happy to, Mayor Martin. Great point. Yes, the scope of this project initially, always encouraging, initially started with a focus, just sole focus on economic development. It's always important to look at the whole community and all aspects of it, and look at what the CPUC and FCC data would be driving at the same time. When we looked at the goals of the city, specifically the airport area and the build out all around, you remember the red area slide around the airport where it's considered, where there's very little infrastructure. This is incredibly important for the long-term economic development goals. When I look at all the housing development and the business opportunities, all of this is a demand on the infrastructure. all of these types of developments are going to be looking for higher quality, higher capacity fiber infrastructure to connect locally, but to connect to the outside world. When you're talking about some of these great endeavors that the city is planning for, and specifically again the spaceport, you have to have it. It's not an either or. It's a must have. And so figuring out how to get that done is critical. That your plans are going to require this infrastructure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll make a comment on that too, because I'm out at the airport, and it is true that there is fiber there, but there's only one service provider, which is extremely costly from that level of operation. But yeah, I totally agree that we need to definitely work on that as far as improving the airport area for future development. No question about it. Councilman Strong.
Yes, a number of things. First of all, I want to compliment you because I'm on the board at SLOCOG, and I also represent SLOCOG nationally and at the state and federal level. So I'm involved in this very heavily all over. The leadership of this particular effort has been outstanding for the entire region of California. And for that, it's great. I love the economic emphasis because I think that's extremely important. But you noticed a number of other things too, and that is the aging population here. So I have a number of projects where I interact a lot with community, and among the older Americans here, one of the things I'm finding is 50% of them don't even use email because they don't know how to handle it. They're that inept when it comes to technology, unfortunately. But I don't know how we can get that education done. And unfortunately also in this society we have right now, a lot of those older Americans are the ones that are raising the little small children because their mothers and fathers are too busy working. So this starts to create a generational problem. My big concern is I'm wondering why 1G rather than 5G?
So okay, so I'm talking, so that's a great question and an opportunity for clarification. So 5G is a technology. When I'm talking about download, upload, gigabit service via fiber, 1 gigabit would be minimal. Really, anyone's going to build it out at about 10 or 15. Most of the cities around the country that are actually doing fiber, it's much faster. The 5G that you're referencing is a different technology. It's not, it's more of a wireless, and that was not analyzed in this project. But it is definitely a service. You'll notice what Cal Poly is doing, and there's a great, I'm looking forward to their ribbon cutting. That's another type of technology, but we did not discuss that in this project. In response to your seniors, it is a significant issue around the digital divide, predominantly, in my opinion, around telehealth. And being able to access quality telehealth when we lack access to one-on-one care providers, the ability of what telehealth can provide is really, really important and actually can be life-saving. So getting digital navigators and support and helping train those seniors how to use the internet is really important.
Thank you. Councilman Bouch.
So great presentation. Thank you. A lot of data there. A couple observations. I'm wondering that when the speed tests and whatnot were going on during the pandemic, the school district had provided an awful lot of hotspots.
Yeah. I
wonder if that might have skewed the data. Just an observation. I know that the school district leases fiber from Spectrum, and it didn't look like that was reflected in the study. There's capacity there from Spectrum. I don't know if they want to share that, but that might be an option too. And then it would be interesting if we ever come back to this study to include Verizon's 5G technology and just not do anything with the 5G the fiber installation, just go directly to wireless?
There are a lot of conversations around that, and right now, it's unreliable.
Sure.
And 5G still requires a fiber backbone. We do not have a strong enough fiber backbone in the debate that would actually fully support just a 5G state. That is why the fiber deployment and the commitment to developing fiber backbone infrastructure, middle mile, the long haul, you can't do any of that. Even satellite requires fiber. And until we have enough fiber backbone to support, the 5G and the other wireless will continue to roll out. And one of the local Wi-Fi companies that we spoke with, they would love to deploy more infrastructure. They need more access to fiber. And until they have more access to fiber, they're not going to be able to upgrade or do more with their wireless networks.
Do you see a hybrid coming out in the near future, or is it still too far out?
That is the hybrid. There's multiple technologies, and the report covers some of them. But the goal is to provide a reliable, redundant fiber backbone. It's more secure for cybersecurity, for just redundancy when you build your fiber loops. So that's where the original or the initial investments are really looking, but understanding that fiber to the home for every home may not be reliable. I had some great conversations with Paso School District. I worked with Scott Buller there. Yeah. They're looking for redundancy. Cuesta College is looking for redundancy. It's one in, one out. When a fiber gets cut, you can lose your infrastructure. Also, some of the hot spots, I don't know if that skewed the data that we were taking over the last 6 months, but some of those hot spots were paid for by grants, and some of them have been turned off. So we do have students coming up on this summer who may not have access to the internet.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a couple quick questions for you. So on the west side of town, I've got several properties and friends that have now got Astound at 1 gig, coming in at about $50 a month. And Charter just started offering $54 a month for 3 years for a gig. How is Charter doing that?
I'm not sure. I hesitate to speak to specific technology. Okay. Where I'm located as a Charter customer, there is a limit to download and upload speeds. So they may be able to provide a gig download. I'm not sure that's symmetrical, but I think what you're already seeing, and we saw this in Santa Barbara County when we worked on a project down there, is as soon as you start talking about competition, you see competition. Mm-hmm. It doesn't take much. I mean, it's a start, right?
Pretty amazing.
Yeah. So I think that's what you're seeing is that, and we've had lots of conversations with Charter.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of business to Astound. All right, thank you.
Councilman Bausch.
I can answer that question, at least on the east side. So they offer that, Charter Spectrum offers that, and then when you exceed X amount, they start to neck it down, and they throttle it back. You watch one too many movies, and that's it. You lose that speed.
They've admitted that they do throttle their speeds.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. We'll open up to the public. Any public wishing to ask some questions of the report?
Dale Guston again. I've watched this come about since it was first proposed, and it seems like a great deal to help the airport and help us get spaceport in, and so I'm in favor of it. Some public is questioning, is this city getting in competition with private enterprise? So I think they answered that question tonight, but maybe they didn't, I don't know.
No. Does staff want to answer the question? I believe what we're doing here, if I'm not mistaken, is we're putting conduit in where different vendors can run their equipment through. Is that correct, staff? Or Maria? Yeah.
That's one model, and that is one opportunity. There is some conduit. That is a public-private partnership model where it's the city owns the conduit and leases the conduit, but doesn't own the fiber. So.
In fact, we have offered that already. I know Charter was offered to put their fiber into our cable if they chose to. Some of the private companies don't want to be in the same conduit with competitors, however.
Correct. That's why California is building open access networks. And for the most part, correct.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, we'll bring it back to council, and the recommendation is to approve the strategic plan. Do we have any comment, discussion, or action?
This is Steve Gregory here.
Martin approves.
I'll second.
Okay, first by Mayor Martin, second by Councilman Gregory. Any discussion? None? I'll go ahead and call for the question then.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. We'll move on then to the last item, number 2, airport lease policy updates and leasing strategy. I'm going to recuse myself because I am a tenant of the city's airport area, but because I am also a tenant out there and own property, I can go to the other side of the fence here and listen or talk if I wish. So I'll turn over the meeting, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, to Councilman Gregory because he's in the room. Would that work?
That's fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my first order of business is to ask for a 4-minute break. We'll be right back.
You take a break?
Okay, we're coming back from a recess from the city council meeting, and we are on item number 2, which is the airport lease policy updates and leasing strategy. And Mark Scandalis, the airport manager, is at the mic presenting this item. A microphone. You're good, I think.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for having me. Mark Scandalis, airport manager, here to go over our updated lease policy and a leasing strategy to move forward with at the airport. So these lease policy updates help to provide some financial self-sufficiency for the airport, bring our lease policy and lease document to industry standard terms while meeting current guidance and regulations by the FAA and state of California. So this is a little overview of the current situation of the leases at the airport. We, in 2024, will have $881,000 in lease revenue. That's over 43 sites on 165 acres. That comes out to about $445 per acre. As a point of reference, based on a representative appraisal, an acre at the airport should be about $1,800 in the fair market. The objective is to have a strategy that we can move forward with the leases at the airport. Here's an overview of the upcoming opportunities at the airport. The Airport Commission has approved 4 concepts for development at the airport. Those are now with the city for lease negotiation. When those leases are negotiated, they will come back to the council for final adoption. We have 4 developers who are very interested in the airport. And in the next 12 years, 15 of our existing leases will be expiring. So the first part of this is the lease policy changes. So this was initially adopted in 2017 based on guidance from the FAA. The Airport Commission revisited it in 2021. And these are the changes that were made. First was existing leases under their current contracts cannot be extended any farther. Their combined length would go past the FAA's guidance of 35 to 40 years. Upon expiration, our existing leases and our long-term tenants may be allowed to remain, but they would be remaining under updated terms and under a new contract. With no development, a short-term lease would be offered. The FAA's perspective of a short-term lease with no development is 3 to 5 years. The city will be offering 5-year leases. And with new development, a new long-term lease could be entered into in accordance with the lease policy. Another point that was made in the lease policy update was to clarify reversionary rights. As a basic premise, reversion is at the expiration of the lease, the improvements at the site revert to the airport and are now airport-owned facilities. We are obligated to uphold this provision under our grant assurances when we take grant money from the FAA. Current reversionary language that is in leases now will be honored. So if the building improvements rest with the lessee can take the building improvements if they'd like. If not, the physical condition of the building will be inspected and will be allowed to stay or not based on its condition. And the fourth point in the lease policy update was to bring rental rates to the current FAA's standards and guidance. That being that non-aeronautical sites are set at fair market value and aeronautical sites are fair and reasonable for the site. The FAA understands that within the airfield boundary, there may be a different market because there are rules and regulations that those businesses need to adhere to. So the fair market may not be the same as outside of the fence. The second point of this update was to update our standard lease template. This is the standard lease we give to people proposing a development at the airport. There are 3 changes that are made to it. The first is the cost of living increases. This section details that in addition to yearly CPI increases, rent adjustments can be made by representative appraisal every 5 years, and those rent adjustments are capped at 20% every 5-year period. The next is monthly rent. This section details how a new base rent is determined at the expiration of the initial lease, and in order to renew any appraisal or any options to extend. So imagine a 20-year lease with a 10-year option to extend. At the 20-year mark and the initial lease is expired, in order to exercise your next option, there will be an appraisal to bring it to market value. The cost of living and monthly rent may seem redundant, but they're more of a fail-safe for each other. So if for whatever reason CPI didn't track and the city didn't do the 5-year market adjustments at the expiration of the initial lease, a market adjustment will be made to bring it to fair market value. And the third change in the standard lease template is an event of default. There's many events of default, whether that be not doing your landscaping or not paying your bills. There's many remedies in the event of default. This is a section saying that if you fail to complete the construction that you had offered to do in order to get your lease in the agreed upon timeframe, that is now an event of default. So there are 3 lease types and terms at the airport. First would be city-owned or airport-owned facilities. Think the airport terminal or the FAA building or various hangars around the airport. At the expiration of these leases, they're brought to fair market value. This has already started to happen, and people understand that that is the fair market and they're willing to pay that for the specific site. The second lease type is new bare ground leases. This is the bulk of the leases that are going to come through the Airport Commission to the council for consideration. Rates and terms are detailed in the next slide. The rent escalation is yearly on CPI and 5 years on representative appraisal. And extension options are now going to be negotiated in 10-year increments. Right now, there's some that are 5, there's some that are 10, some are 15. This is an effort to standardize the leases at the airport and make it easier administratively. And then the third category is leases with exceptional value to the airport and the surrounding community. Those terms can be negotiated on an individual basis. Think if an airliner wanted to come in, or a horizontal launch provider associated with the spaceport wanted to come in, or educational or public safety aspect wanted to be at the airport, the city reserves the right to negotiate those based on their value to the airport and the city. So this is the proposed rate matrix, which will be used as a starting point for negotiations for airport leases. You see there's 2 types of leases, aeronautical and non-aeronautical. By definition, aeronautical needs to use the airfield for their business, and non-aeronautical is outside of the fence and is revenue support for the airport. Terms start at 30 years because that's what a bank is looking for when they are looking to do a development loan. And that also reflects the FAA's perspective that it should take 25 to 30 years to amortize your loan down to 0. As terms get higher, there are escalators put into place. This speaks to that if the tenant would like the guarantee of a long-term lease, they should be willing to pay for that guarantee up front. And then you will also see that aeronautical leases are given a discount, a 25% discount. This is to attract aeronautical development at the airport and to attract regionally based aircraft to our airport. This provides direct benefits in the way of fuel sales, jobs for people that have to service those aircraft, and most importantly, brings up our traffic count, which is what the FAA uses as a major metric when distributing discretionary grant funding. In the yellow box, you'll see what an example 1-acre site is based on our representative appraisal in December of 2022. $1,800 is about where fair market value should be for 1 acre. So that concludes my presentation. I ask you to consider these updates to the airport lease policy and this airport leasing strategy as presented, approving resolution 23XXX. I'm now happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Mr. Martin, do you have any questions?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Fred?
Yes. I'm looking at this 20% per 10-year limit. And then I'm looking at our current rate, which you said was $425 an acre. And if I applied that to even our 40-year leases, I seem to come up with a rate of about $1,200 a month, not $1,800 a month. So I don't know where we got the $1,800, even if we apply that limitation of the federal government to the existing leases and upgrading them to today, based on that being in effect.
That was just a calculation based on the square foot of 1 acre times 0.041 cents per square foot.
Okay, it just seems a little high to me, that's all. That's all. It seems like an awfully high amount of increase all in one jump.
I would tend to agree with that. Can you bring that slide back up?
Not sure which slide you're referring to. The increases are not happening to the existing leases. This would be new leases that are signed. We are obligated to have them at fair market value based on grant assurance number 24, a fee and rental structure that keeps the airport
Well,
self-sufficient.
when we talk about fair market value, though, I know that when we're talking about union rates, for instance, because we have to use that for our public projects, then we're compared to LA. I do not see LA's wages as really comparable to Paso Robles' wages, even though I know that's the factor that the government applies. And if we're going to have fair market based upon local conditions, is that what people are really paying right now, downtown, for instance?
So these rates were determined based on an appraisal by a MAI, Member Appraisal Institute. And we did another appraisal in 2015, which these two appraisals track each other. In 2015, 1 acre was determined to be $1,600 per acre, and now $1,800 per acre in 2022.
Boy, I remember it was $1 a square foot. Now it's getting a lot higher than that, I guess.
Well, this is bare ground rent, $1,800 per acre. At $1 per square foot, that would be $43,560 per acre.
That'd be per year, though. $1 per square foot per year.
No.
On an annual rate, not a monthly rate.
Annual,
Yeah.
not monthly. I think we need to maybe table this and come back and let's discuss this. I think that appraisal maybe not, it might be statewide, not necessarily applicable to Paso Robles.
So this is 4 cents per square foot is what we're talking about at the appraisal rate.
So,
Yeah, but see, $1 a square foot, actually, that was a
One
purchase
person.
price. That's a purchase price.
So Fred, you're the only person talking for a second. Keep going.
As a point of reference, Santa Maria also has the same rates. Other airports around us do. San Luis Obispo, the only rate that they provide is 50 cents per square foot. And that is for developed land. I believe that would be for all utilities and hard surfaces.
So, Fred, do you have any other questions? We can come back to this if you like. Fred, any other questions right now?
No, I'd just like to see some comparisons.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you just brought up what other airports are charging currently. I wish we had more data on that to look at too, so that we could see how competitive we are with our competition.
Right. Okay, we'll come back to that.
So, Mr. Gregory, if I might.
Yes.
I'm confused with the comment. Mr. Scandelis, would you please say again where this data came from to calculate these rates? Because I don't think it was picked out of thin air. I think you had to compare it with something.
That's correct. Go ahead, Mark.
Correct. We hired Bender Rosenthal Associates in December of 2022. They do appraisals of land value, including at airports. And this looked at a survey of airports around us and land values around us. And they determined it to be at the $1,800 per square foot. And then again, in 2015, we did another market appraisal with a different firm, and it was determined to be $1,600 per square foot. Acre.
Thank you. So if I understand, if I understand what you're saying, this data is based upon comparables in our neighborhood, or at least a reasonable neighborhood area. And if we're going to table this and come back and talk about it, it's not going to be about where we got the data from or whether or not we had appropriate comps, but whether we want to actually discount a rate for some reason that I'm unaware of right now. It seems like the data that you've presented is consistent, and any further discussion would simply be: do we want to deviate from the norm that you've already had surveyed?
Okay. Anything else, Steve?
No, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Bausch, questions?
So, Mark, Clarify for me, the per month price for 30 years, that starts at $1,339.47.
That is correct for 1 acre.
And then 40 years, if somebody signed a 40-year lease, would that start at the 1785?
Correct. For an aeronautical site.
Buying ahead.
I'm sorry?
For an aeronautical site, yes.
And then if they signed a 50-year, when would the 2006-78 kick in?
Because the city would like to see to get a long-term lease and the guarantee of a long-term lease, the city generally doesn't enter into anything longer than 5 years.
So does that kick in year one?
That kicks in year one, correct.
I can't. That doesn't make sense to me.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Hold on a second, Fred. So, Chris, what this is, it's a buy-in to get the longer lease because a lot of companies want to spend a lot of money, and for their finance, as you know, for financing, you pay back. So, for them to get that longer lease and pay back their money and financing on their projects, they have to pay for that time and space for the land. Because by the time we get there after 50 years, we're probably going to be higher than this on that lease amount. So it buys their way in to being able to have a longer lease, like Lubrizol or these companies that spend millions of dollars on their improvements. Is that the correct theory behind that?
That is correct.
Typically speaking, council members, we're discouraging 50-year leases, so that's the reason there's an escalator. FAA rules, as well as state of California, want to see shorter leases. So those 30-year leases provide any development potential out there a chance to amortize it, receive financing, and any kind of business decision. So therefore, we give a discount for a 30-year lease to encourage that. We discourage 50-year leases.
Yeah, $3,700. You're going to discourage, I think, every 50-year lease out there.
Correct. We don't want 50-year leases. You are correct.
Mr. Chair?
Do you have any other? Hold on a second, please. Mr. Bowers has the floor. Do you have any other questions?
I'm good.
Okay, go ahead, Fred.
Okay, on that same line, then the 5-year reviews don't apply to these if they had that longer lease? Because there was another thing you said, even existing leases would still be reviewed and adjusted every 5 years?
Existing leases, their language that they have now will be honored and there won't be adjustments to those. Yes, these would be reviewed every 5 years, but if they did pay for an extra, say they got a 50-year lease, the 5-year adjustment wouldn't kick in because they're likely, for many years, because they're already likely above the 5 years, so there would be no escalation. So they're paying for it up front. Over the term of the lease, it will get back to market value.
That was my point. Okay. So they're going to start right at the very beginning paying for assuming that they're going to be there the entire 50 years.
Correct.
That's where I see it as a little bit of excessive.
Okay. So, Mark, I had a couple questions for you.
Sure.
In the airport leasing policies, are there areas that are non-aeronautical and areas that are aeronautical only for leases?
Yes.
So that's specifically laid out in the lease policy, or is that existing?
So there are areas that are designated by the FAA as aeronautical or non-aeronautical, and those do have different stipulations tied to them.
And in the new lease policy, does it not allow non-aeronautical uses in aeronautical areas?
No, non-aeronautical leases or non-aeronautical areas must have an aeronautical use.
And what about non-aeronautical uses in aeronautical areas? Is there a policy to kick them out?
That would just be tied on to the airport's rules and regulations, the minimum standards that we hold aeronautical businesses to. I think that would be the mechanism to.
So it would be enforcement, not part of the lease?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mark, maybe you can clarify that. So, for instance, in a hangar, are you able to use a hangar for non-aeronautical uses solely for furniture storage, for office space, those type of things.
No, you're not. Like for that example, we do have adopted hangar rules, which tell you what can be in the hangar, and an aircraft needs to be in a hangar for it to be a hangar.
So it's an enforcement
Correct.
Location. Okay. The other question I had is, we've had a history of this, and I just want to make sure it's included. And I don't know, again, if this is part of the lease, but failure to maintain your agreed lease policy or the lease that you have. What's the bite or the teeth behind that? If somebody doesn't improve their pavement around their hangar, so it's not safe to travel with your aircraft.
That it's an event of default that's in our leases now, many of the leases now. And in the new lease document, that's also in there. You must keep your lease site at a standard that the FAA wants, and that is part of our leases now.
Good. And then the other question I had I don't know what slide this was on, but if somebody wanted to extend their existing lease or start over, let's say they've finished at 30 years and they want to do another 20 years, it said that you can renew your lease, but there's a certain amount of development money that has to be put in to get your longer lease. How do you determine how much money needs to be spent to get that lease?
So the lease policy can't necessarily determine the exact amount of funds put into it, but the idea is at the end of the term, the city, upon reversion, would take over something that is still useful. So a reasonable amount of development that at the expiration of the lease that you're asking for is now usable by the city.
So if somebody wants to continue their lease, I'm concerned about the criteria of how much money they need to put in to the project to get the longer lease or an extension.
We still have the right to negotiate all of the leases.
Okay, that's my question. Is it a negotiation at that time, or how much?
Yeah, there's still an amount of negotiation, and this still does come back to the Airport Commission for their recommendation to final adoption by the council. So that those two steps are still in this lease negotiation process.
Okay, and I heard at the very end there, you clearly stated if somebody's bringing a lot of business or it's a really desirable company, we can sit down and negotiate what we want.
Absolutely.
And my last and final question, and I don't know, maybe the city attorney can do this. On some of these policies, and I don't know if the leasing policy at the airport fits with this, but we've come back on a lot of especially for planning and development, where we come back and revisit the policy in a number of years. So if it's not working or we're having problems, we could revisit the policy so that we could make those adjustments. I wanted to see if that's something that we could put into the lease agreement.
We wouldn't put it into the leasing policy, but you could do it as part of your motion that we would bring it back in 2 years or 5 years or whatever. And that would actually be consistent with the FAA's desire, which is that we keep this as sort of a living, breathing document and review it regularly to make sure that we're staying current with the regulations.
Okay. So one more time, Steve. Steve, go ahead.
Yes, one of the things that I wanted to make sure that was mentioned is all of these policies, Mark, these have all been developed in conjunction with our Airport Commission, and they support them?
Yes, the Airport Commission reviewed this lease policy in 2021 due to a changeover in management from Roger Oxborough to myself. That and the encumbrances that came with that changeover, it has not been presented until now. And here we are today, recommended from the Airport Commission.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Bosch?
I'm uncomfortable with some of the lack of clarity, and just because of the implied or maybe perhaps misunderstood perception of favoritism in the past. I still think maybe bringing some, to Mr. Gregory's point about what sort of language, or development might be demanded of someone that might, for example, be demanded or requested of somebody that wanted to extend their lease. I'm not comfortable with leaving that out there to be decided on at the discretion. It would be nice to have some kind of bullet points on what that framework might look like.
So along those lines, let me ask our city attorney, couldn't we just have that review of those leases brought back through the city council for review and approval?
I believe they already are.
So the leases would have to come back through us to be reviewed, finalized.
So staff would negotiate that depending upon what is being proposed by the applicant. It's a little bit hard to set parameters without knowing what the entity who we're negotiating with wants to bring in, because it will vary greatly.
Right.
And so what we have to look at based upon the FAA regulations is ensuring that, as Mark indicated, at the end of the lease term, there is still some usable life to whatever it is that's been built or developed out there.
I guess I'm thinking you're familiar with a standard CAR form, or an air form. There's some language built into that, and it's pretty easy to determine what kind of language might be for a leasee to expect at the end of it, what kind of leasehold improvements. I guess that's what I'm thinking of. And I don't think it would be too hard to put that into this kind of language.
I mean, we can certainly look at it. These leases are each unique when it gets down to that, because it's unique property. It's not like you're renting a commercial building anywhere. It's a aeronautical use at an airport. There are additional sort of parameters. Happy to look at it. If that's
I don't know, having worked out at the airport, I guess I'd respectfully disagree with you.
Fred?
I'm still a little concerned. The FAA's policy, is that for all airports, whether they're government airports or privately owned?
All federally obligated airports, so that airports that have a airport capital improvement program where they take federal government money to improve the airfield. Once you take money, there is a 20-year entitlement window that you must maintain those grant assurances. Our last grant that we took was in 2021.
Okay. So it depends upon getting money from the federal government for your operation.
Correct. The federal government supplies 90% of the funding for the airfield.
90%.
90%. So this just is to make up the 10% that we don't get from them.
Along with staffing and normal capital improvements like you're discussing and working capital for the airport.
Okay. How much do we get from the federal government annually?
Annually, we are entitled to $150,000, but there's discretionary funding. In our last grant application, we took $1.3 million in 2021.
1.3 million. That's supposed to cover 90% of our cost. Thank you.
Any more, Chris? You good? Steve, you okay?
I'm good.
Okay, at this time, we'll open up this item to the public. If there's anybody that wishes to speak?
Dale Guston. I came here in 79, and Mr. William T. Brooks had a scheduled airline flying out of this airport. And the editor of the local newspaper said the airport was the future of Paso Robles. It still is. And I agree with a couple of the council persons that are hedging on, are we being excessive in what we're charging? If we want to attract more businesses like we have that are large employers, don't forget that. Some of those buildings out there may not be airport related, but they attract a lot of employees. And we don't want to ignore that. And they've put a lot of money into structures out at that airport. So I think we need to continue to attract businesses that are going to employ a lot of employees and not scare them away to, oh, they can get just as good a deal somewhere else. Let's make it a little more enticing to come to Paso Robles, please.
Thank you, Dale. Go ahead, Mr. Hammond.
Okay.
Introduce yourself, please.
Good evening, council. It's not often that I get to say thank you for all your service from this side of the fence. I like to just basically say a few words. You know, I've been out there, one of the older tenants at the airport since 79, 80. Built my first project 44 years ago in Propeller Drive, where the street wasn't even installed yet. So through the years, I've seen many leases that were developed and made and agreed on that were governed basically at the time by whatever was going on. There was no standard policy. And with the advent of many leases coming due now out the airport, and we bought it in 73 or whatever it was, now coming forward where a lot of those older leases are going to be, you know, you see the list right here. We have a great opportunity here to do a good policy that's consistent. And this is what I'm trying to communicate here is that, you know, with the advent of the leases coming due and the FAA leasing guidelines that we have to adhere to if we're going to be asking for grant funds, which I think is important. As Mark just mentioned, you know, that money is going into the runways and maintenance, and it's very important that we acquire that. So if we are going to continue the grant funding and ask for the FAA assistance, then we need to kind of tailor it best possible to what is best for Paso Robles too. So again, the opportunity for consistent policy at this point moving forward for both the tenants and the future people who might come to the airport with the spaceport, we're going to need to attract those kind of folks. So the airport enterprise, the main issue is to enhance it. You know, we need to have funding growing with the enterprise fund. And there's a lot of opportunity I see, not only with future, but also the existing tenants that are out there, the ones that want to extend and also want to continue employment. In our case, you know, we have quite a lot of square footage and we employ over 50 people, almost 10 different businesses. So it is an economic generator, not only for head of household income, but also for the city. So that's a resource that I think we need to, as council, you guys need to make a decision that we want to make a policy that's going to be consistent moving forward, that enhances the airport, and also will do some attraction for development. We don't want to scare anybody away by building a $5 million building out there, and in 30 years, they don't own it. I don't think we're going to get too many people wanting to do that. So there's ways that I think staff are legal. We need to find a method for moving forward on that. So
go ahead, John. I have some questions.
That was basically my comments.
Okay, so can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
So I wanted to address or the question about enhancement. How do you balance that enhancement with some of these existing leases that are very, very reasonable? And how do you balance that and keep it with enhancement and keeping it fair and attracting people?
So I think enhancement can be looked at different ways. Some ways in buildings out there, there's no way to really expand what is already built. In other words, it's all built out. Might be able to put a coat of paint on it or change the design a little bit. But what I think enhancement in my mind for thinking of the enterprise fund is to get more revenue from that particular project moving forward. You know, we made a deal at the point of initial build out that we're going to have X amount CPI increases every year for the term of the lease. Moving forward at the end of that, we should be able to renegotiate with kind of what Mark was bringing up here. I'm not sure if you guys want to decide on those values, but the point is there should be an uptick on what the city should expect if that particular person wants to continue. Now, if he doesn't, let him walk.
Doesn't matter, yeah.
I'm concerned about, though, people not re-upping, and we turn into a ghost town out there.
Right.
You see? So I think that's very important. To whatever policy the council decides to do, it needs to benefit both sides.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
So Mark, you want to answer a couple questions about?
Sure.
Anybody else in the audience or on the phone? Nope, okay. Yep, go ahead. Close the public hearing, and Mark, would you please answer the questions from Mr. Guston and Mr. Hammond?
Can we repeat the question, Mr. Guston?
Sure. Mr. Guston wanted to know, wanted to make sure that we don't lose that attraction. Almost it's very similar to what Mr. Hammond was saying, is that you don't want to make it so restrictive that they don't want to come anymore. And that's part of that policy on the leasing policy. And what are we going to be sensitive enough to that so that we can still attract people, but be able to support the airport under the FAA rules?
Sure. So we do reserve the right to negotiate every lease based on its individual value to the airport. But as a whole, the new leases that are coming to me are willing to pay fair market value. I have shown them the Airport Commission approved concepts, the first two there, executive hangars. I've given them the 2015 appraisal and the 2022 appraisal, and they say this is a fair market value. For the property, the third one down at 4325 Second Wind Way, that one is an individual hangar that went from not fair market value to fair market value, and she had no problem paying it and understood that was the fair market value. So people are paying fair market value. This appraisal doesn't price anyone out of it.
So was that a renewal, or is that a new customer?
That was a extension of an existing 2-year lease. Okay. They asked for a 2-year extension.
Okay. So your answer to the question is that we're able to negotiate individually with every single lease.
Correct. And people coming to the airport office are willing to pay the rates that I am telling them. They don't see this as pricing them out. But if there is a very large development that doesn't involve a lot of capital investment, we reserve the right to negotiate that on an individual basis.
So my concern is these people like Lubrizol and like what Mr. Hammond, they've got a lot invested out there. And when their leases come up, we got to be able to try to keep them if they want to come, if they want to stay. I don't have a problem with the lease policy the way it is for new people coming in, but I'm very concerned about existing tenants out there.
So we don't necessarily have an option based on our federal obligations. That would be economic discrimination if we were to favor one client over another. So based on the FAA's policy, we don't have an option.
Right. Okay.
We can offer a short-term lease to them. It's a 5-year lease, and that can be revisited.
Okay.
The intention is to not wholesalely remove everyone from their lease interests. It's to have a path to move forward with everything that is, all of the opportunities the airport has in front of us.
And Mr. Gregory, I would point out too, this is Ty Lewis over here, that we do have what we're calling master lease holders that are charging fair market value for the properties that they have under their master lease. So they leased several hangars or different areas of the airport, and they turn around and charge fair market value for those properties currently. So the city's taking the same approach, saying, you know, these are our holdings, and this is in the best interest of the community, as well as the best interest of those that are out at the airport as well.
So therein lies the value of, if we're gonna approve this leasing policy, that we can come back and revisit it in 3 or 5 years to make it right if it's not working properly. But I do like I'm just going to start conversations points. The nice part of this policy is that it standardizes the leases, which is something that's been what Mr. Lewis just said. We need to be fair with everybody, and this gets everybody on the same page. We have a couple of guys out there that are really whatever. I won't say that, but I think it sets a standard, which is the most important thing. We tried to do this a couple of years ago with the Airport Commission when they were reviewing the policies, and this kind of gets to that standard where it's all on the same playing field. The other, well, that's the only thing I'll say. I like what that does for the policy because it makes it easier for the city and it's going to encourage and help develop more income for the city. So, Mr. Bausch, you want to say something?
How do we treat subleases?
I'm sorry?
How do we treat subleases?
It would be looked at based on the individual lease. They're all done at different times, but generally subleases are allowed. And those subleases are at the market rate that the master leasee would like to charge.
Are they being excluded going forward?
No, subleases would still be approved, but the city has to approve the sublease, and we can't trying to think of the actual terms in the lease, but we can't unjustly withhold the option to allow a sublease.
Why not?
There may be times when we have a developer that goes out there that wants to invest in several hangars that they're going to build, and so they're the master leaseholder for an acre. There are several people out there. They put money into it, and then they sublease portions of that, or they may hold 4 or 5 of them and decide to improve those. So in the past, the city has allowed that.
And so do we get any kind of a kicker when we go back? Do we write that into the lease?
No, that's.
And if so, why not?
Well, that's part of the problem that we're trying to solve right now is standardizing these leases. There's been a lot of one-offs in the past, and what we're trying to do right now is prevent those situations. So if the city's charging fair market value, it makes it much more difficult for somebody to go out and try and jack up the rate and charge a premium for the same portion. So instead of turning the profit over to the master lease holder, the city is garnering those improvements and the fair market value.
So we're going to penalize the guy who's been out there for 30, 40 years. And we're going to allow the guy who's gouging the sublease. There's something not quite right with this situation.
It's actually just the opposite, Mr. Bausch.
Explain that to me.
We're honoring the terms of the lease. So whatever lease was signed was an agreement between the city and the tenant. So in some cases, those properties, the majority of them moving forward, which is an FAA requirement, those properties revert to the city based upon the agreement that everybody signed up front. So there's no bait and switch. This was something that everybody that signed those leases knew walking in was, and that's what the FAA's intention is to encourage development early. Then at some point, the city will take over those improvements and then be able to charge fair market value to be able to improve the area around the airport and continue to invest. And that requires a fair market value. So in the past, there's no denying that there have been one-offs. There have been a lot of deals made behind closed doors. But as Mr. Hammond pointed out, we're trying to create consistency with that so everybody has a level playing field moving into and moving forward. And the way to do that is what we did. We paid for an independent appraisal of area market that says that these are the numbers. And we're on top of that, to encourage it, we're providing a discount for certain leases.
Mr. Gregory. Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Are you ready for a motion?
We have one. Fred wants to make some more comments. If you wait one moment, however long he talks. Go ahead.
Yes, please. Because we can have a standardization no matter what we set these rates at. That would be the standard. Now, we're relying on the FAA's thing. But the FAA's rules apply because we have a grant coming from them annually, which covers 90% of our costs. Now, if that's 90% of our costs, and that's 1.3 million, then our total costs must be somewhere just under 1.5 million.
I may have misrepresented that. The costs are to improve the airfield and maintain the improvement. There's over 75 acres of asphalt. We understand how difficult it is to maintain asphalt. There is an airport lighting system that needs to be maintained. That 1.3 million was to upgrade the airfield lighting system from halogen to LED. not necessarily our operating costs. Our operating costs are borne from the lease rates. That is how the airport hires staff and does our own capital improvements and keeps the lights on and pays the gas bill.
Okay, that's not what was originally said, though. So then now I feel like I got misled on that a little bit. So they're not paying 90% of the costs.
They pay 90% of the costs from the terminal east to maintain the airfield.
Just for the airfields?
Correct.
Okay, and because of that, we have to apply their policy to the entire airport, not just to the portion that we get money for?
The entire airport was deeded to the city, to the county, and then to the city by the federal government, and it is under all federal government rules.
Okay. All right, that makes a bit of a difference, because in that particular case, I guess we have to go with the federal government is requiring, which is fair market. I might still question what fair market really is, but I wish we had more data on what the comparables are among other airports of similar size. But that said, that's a silo. The one thing about the airport money is it stays with the airport. We don't spend it anywhere but with the airport. So it doesn't benefit the general fund. It doesn't benefit the general citizens of this community at all, except in the employment that it offers them. That said, puts a slightly different light on this, because I'm concerned with the basics of government. Government is not supposed to compete with business. We're not a business, we're government. So we're supposed to operate at cost. So if we're going to have these kind of leases and if we're going to get this kind of money in, I'm very anxious to see a development program come forward, a infrastructure development program from the airport, so that we know how we're going to spend this money in the future, because we're going to be contracting money for 10, 20, 30, 50 years. So we'll have a pretty good idea how much money we've got coming in. Then if they, as private individuals, want to sublease as individual businesses that aren't government, they're entitled to make a profit. Right. We're not supposed to make a profit. So if we're going to get this money in, I want to see how we're going to spend it, because it has to stay on the airport. And I don't think we need a $50 or $60 million slush fund for the airport, or reserve funds.
Mr. Gregory, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say something, if you mind. So Fred, to put it bluntly, the enterprise fund is separate from the FFA. So the enterprise fund pays for...
No, I understand.
Yeah, so
I understand that.
But as we grow, so is the cost of the airport going to grow with us.
Okay.
Big time. And we're not talking about 1.3 million. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars that the FAA puts into the airport. So that's the reason of the value of that.
Well, no,
so you got it.
I understand.
Okay, good.
But what I'm saying is, we still could be getting a lot of money out of this.
Man, we could.
And I want them to come back with a improvement plan.
Yeah. And we've
long-term improvement plan on how we're going to use this money.
We've been wanting to do this at the airport for a long time.
Okay.
We just never had enough money.
All right.
This is going to get us.
You have alleviated a lot of my concerns, okay, with this.
Okay.
I just didn't want to see us become a for-profit organization.
We're not.
With this. Okay.
But we're using an estimate based on, for example, Santa Maria. Santa Maria is a lot bigger airport. They fly in and out to Las Vegas and to other destinations that Paso Robles doesn't have commercial service. I don't know that Santa Maria is a good comparison. I agree with Mr. Strong that we should be using an apples for apples comparison. The appraisal, I know Santa Maria is close, it's 60 miles away, but I don't know that it's a fair comparison. And there should be a better, more apt comparison.
So I'd like to make a couple points. One is that the appraisal and the valuation for market value is attached to your agenda reports. So you can analyze that as deeply as you like and And again, it's not staff's intention to drive people away. I think that the market is already, has spoken, so to speak, to use a real estate term. People are paying these rates currently. No, multiple folks out there, because we have master leaseholders that have multiple leases that are paying these types of rates that the city is realizing zero from. The second part of that is Mr. Strong's point is well taken, and there are a couple things coming our way. One, the city just paid a consultant to work with Mr. Scandalis to be able to examine the airport. And one of the things that we know is, Mr. Scandalis, how many people work with you and for you out at the airport, aside from yourself?
There's myself and one maintenance worker. We run 5 days a week.
So there's two of you.
Correct.
So part of what we need is to staff our airport like an airport. Not saying commercial service, but we have a lot of needs out there. And in order for the enterprise fund, it has to pay for itself. And one of those ways to do that and to make the improvements that we need to our terminal, to our grounds out there, our parking lots, our landscaping, and to staff it appropriately is to be able to derive some sort of revenue for that. So we just received our copy of the consultant's findings regarding recommendations for the airport and how to take it to the next level. And we're Ms. Berman and Mr. Scandalis and I are reviewing those to bring that back to council with a set of recommendations and suggestions to be able to ultimately achieve what we're hoping for is not only a robust aeronautical use at the airport, but also to create a tech corridor and any other industrial uses that are appropriate out there for the airport. And part of that is going to be able to, create a sustainable revenue. The other thing that we haven't even broached, and which would be part of that economic strategy, would be building to suit, whether or not the city ever wants to become a developer and build hangars or other items and charge fair market value. So there's a lot of options for council and the airport commission to consider, but it all starts with having a revenue stream to be able to achieve the goals that we want, unless council is so inclined to use general fund dollars to be able to subsidize airport needs.
May I?
Go ahead, Fred.
Yes. Along that line, I think these are very important things that you're saying, but I think that's the information we need if we want to really do the right thing. I want to see appropriate comparables to determine that fair market value. I'd like to really see the basis of those appraisals for one thing.
The full appraisals from 2015 and 2022 are in your agenda package.
Okay, all right. And does that tell us exactly which airports they looked at to make their appraisals?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And are those airports actually comparable to us in their uses? That's the other thing. Number two, we're looking at this because we have all these leases coming up. The only lease we've got coming up this year is next month. The next one is the very end of 2025. So there's really only one lease that this is going to affect over the next year and a half. So.
And I will say, of the leases that are coming up, the first six are airport-owned facilities. So we already are close to fair market value on those. And in 2027 is when we would start discussing the reversionary clauses. So we do have some time to revisit this policy.
Okay, and that was my point. Okay. Because I'm looking down here and I'm looking at these prices you want to charge, and for 800 acres of dry farming,
that is.
A dry farmer is not going to be able to afford this kind of.
The dry farming is absolutely outside of the purview of that. That is not a lease, but more a license agreement. That is a revenue share of the proceeds.
It's listed here as a lease. That's my problem. When I see this as a lease and I see that kind of a price, I'm thinking the only thing we can grow out there now is pot, because that's the only thing that'll pay that much per acre.
Not anymore.
It doesn't pay that much.
Not anymore. Mr. Martin.
Are you ready for a motion?
Go ahead.
In light of the fact that the action presented to us tonight provides for a consistent set of airport leasing strategies, policies, and standard lease documents congruent with FAA policies related to the funding at the airport approved by our airport commission, and leases ultimately responsible to approval by the city council. I move that we approve resolution 23XXX, updating the leasing strategy, revised lease policy, and attached standard lease document as presented.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second it, but I'd like to amend that we have a 3-year term to review the lease, so we can see the. Okay, you okay with that? Okay.
I'll add that to the motion.
Okay. Melissa, could you ask the question?
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
No.
Motion fails due to a tie.
I would offer the same motion for a 1-year period to be brought back with the additional information requested within that time. I want to take a much closer look at these appraisals.
Second.
Okay.
For clarification, I need to know what information you're looking for. Are you asking for a different company to do a different appraisal? Are you challenging? I don't know what additional
I'd like to see an
information you need.
appraisal based on the comparables from airports of our type, which are non-commercial airports, do not have commercial flights, that are primarily just general aviation airports. Because that's our airport function, is general aviation. Okay?
So did you not, Mr. Scandalis, I don't have those appraisals in front of me. Is that information contained in our current appraisal?
The appraisal is done by a certified appraiser, and that is the appraisal that they came out with, that the value. The problem with airports is every airport is different. While we do only have general aviation, we also do have a CHP base and a CAL FIRE base, so that puts us in a different category than just general aviation airports. In the industry, when you see one airport, you've seen one airport. That's the saying that they have.
Yeah, but even that is not a commercial airport.
Let me rephrase the question. Are our rates the same as commercial airport rates, the proposed rates?
Every airport is different based on where it's located.
You mentioned Santa Maria was at 50 cents a square foot. Is that correct?
That was San Luis Obispo.
San Luis Obispo. What was Santa Maria?
Santa Maria, I don't know all of their rates, but one of the most recent rates was 3.7 cents per square foot.
And what is ours that we're proposing?
4.1 cents per square foot.
Okay.
And that was the lowest rate that they had at the airport. They do an appraisal for every lease, and they are based on the appraisal.
Yeah, and Santa Maria has a lot of commercial rentals on the field. Okay, so you want 1 year?
That was the motion with a second.
Okay. Can you go ahead and ask the question, Melissa?
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
No.
Mayor Martin?
No.
Motion fails due to tie.
All right, I'll do one more try. Same way Fred said, the appraisals are in your package, but how about just go for 2 years for a review? Then they can, the issue is, we're not going to see any of these change because it's all airport property right now. So you're not going to see a lot of statistical change. But we have a lot of people coming into the airport right now wanting to lease. And that's the purpose of this, so we could protect ourselves. And if they're coming in to do it, that's a good thing to do. So I'll say same motion for 2 years.
1 year would still apply then if they're coming in now doing it.
You don't really need this. You can charge them whatever you want. Mark can charge them whatever he wants.
I know.
So he doesn't even need this motion. Go with the 1 year.
Mr. Martin, any ideas?
Well, frankly, no, because I think some of the data that's been asked for already exists, which, I seem to come as a surprise to some council people, although Mr. Scandalis is already in our packet tonight. I'm just flummoxed at the discussion that we want to find other airports just like ours, because that's going to be fair, when we all know that we would like our airport, if it's going to truly be the gem of the city, which we've always said it was going to be, that it will evolve, and in some ways evolve into something different than it is right now.
That's right.
One of the ways that we do that, one of the ways that we do that is that we operate on a consistent business-like basis that is congruent with our responsibilities to the FAA, which anybody who's out shopping for space at an airport can look at our airport, look at Santa Maria, look at San Luis Obispo, look at that cost per square foot, look at that standard lease agreement, and it becomes much simpler than going, wait a minute, I've got to go through a series of negotiations based on this and that and the other and what the council might want tomorrow. I just think we're totally muddying the water. The whole objective of this action is the opposite of that, to make clear, consistent lease policies congruent with our obligations to the FAA, which have been supported by, if I understand what's been reported tonight, our airport commission, which we put into place to use their expertise to manage the airport out there. And since we are ultimately going to review these leases anyway, that is our safety net. If any proposal comes to the city council that we don't like because, well, we don't want somebody putting a zoo out there, or we don't want, whatever we don't like about it, we have the ultimate say. But in the meantime, it clarifies all of the documents, policies, and elements about the airport, gives us the greatest flexibility to provide for the resources to evolve that airport into the true gem, the true economic engine of the city that we've all been talking about for 40 years. And to quibble about some of the things we're talking about tonight is basically saying we don't want to change. We want to keep this airport the way it is right now. And the way we do it is we find other airports that look exactly like it and make sure we look like them. That makes no sense at all to me. That's backward looking, and it's going to continue to hog-tie our efforts to evolve that airport as they've been hog-tied for the last 40 years. I will repeat my motion.
So what is your motion again?
My motion is that we approve the recommendation of staff, Resolution 23XXX, and I will add to it your 3-year provision.
I'll second that again. Can we try one more vote?
Certainly. To clarify, the prior motion died due to lack of second. And now we are on to this motion. So Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
No.
Motion fails due to tie.
So I think we have a consideration to the existing businesses that are out there. I think we're coming off of a pandemic. People are still struggling. City Manager Lewis makes a good point that there are people out there, master leaseholders doing subleases. That's their business. That's their right. I get that. There are also businesses out there that are not leasing, that are trying to recover, make their businesses grow and prosper. I don't want to see them fail. I don't want to contribute that. I don't think we're doing enough to address that situation. No, that's not true in every case. I don't think we can make a one-size-fits-all solution here, and that's what we're trying to do. We have to do better, and I go back to the suggestion that we table this. We bring this back and we come up with a better solution.
Mr. Bausch?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask a question of the city attorney.
Sure.
Since we have a deadlock of 2-2, do we not bring the fifth member of the council back in to cast the deciding vote? Isn't that the rule?
No.
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 It's not legally, this is a policy. It's not something legally required. So at this point, you would try and come to a resolution. I think we have a motion to maybe, I think it was the beginnings of a motion at least, to return with some additional information. So we can try that. If we can't get resolution, then we would, we'll bring it back and and look at our options.
So let me ask a question. Ty, so if we brought it back in a year, we could take all the questions and bring it back in a year?
We can do whatever council like. I would just be asked very clearly.
Not a new appraisal, just bring the information back in a year.
I'm going to be very blunt with council. I just really need to know what you want, what data you want that's going to sway this. In the past, we've either tabled or continued items and kind of relive these. It's like Groundhog Day. So I would really encourage the council, if there's specific data sets that you're looking for, we're happy to do that. I just want to make sure that Mark understands what kind of data we're collecting and what's important to help this. Otherwise, again, to be very clear, we're trying to create a consistent set of rules to avoid repeating history of one-off deals in the past. Without council approving this policy or getting behind something, then that's what staff is left to, is to continue the ways we've always done it and to use our best judgment to move forward, which has caused a lot of confusion for folks. So having a clear set of rules is definitely helpful for us to bring us out of the Stone Ages.
So I have one question I'll let you ask. So Mark, if you have people coming to lease at the airport right now, are you charging the market rate?
Yes, sir. And the market will bear itself. I do have 4 proof of concepts from the Airport Commission that are ready to be handed a lease document. Okay. The market will bear itself.
So I don't have a problem on new leases charging market rate. It's great.
No, I know that.
I don't have, what I do have a problem with are existing leaseholders charging them market rate. I'd like to see them, what I would do in a commercial setting or in a residential setting for that matter, is charging a gradual approach and getting them to an appropriate market rate. And I would do so over an appropriate period of time. I think every case is unique. I think you have to look at that and see what each individual business can bear, whether that's a one-off situation. I don't know, but I think that has to be looked at. I don't think if you went from, and I'll just pick a number, $1,000 a month to $5,000 a month, I don't think a business can afford that. They go out of business. I don't want to be responsible for that.
Fred, is there anything you want to see? Yeah, go ahead, Steve-O.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I understood. Point was made earlier in the evening about applying different rules to different customers. If I understood the answer to that was it would be economically discriminatory to have a sliding scale for existing leaseholders and a different policy for new leaseholders. Am I incorrect?
That is correct. Grant Assurance number 22 speaks to that concept.
So just to be clear, and please filter the snark out of my voice right now, okay? If we tell staff, bring it back in a year. Well, number one, staff's got a lot of work to do already, and 1 year isn't that long a period of time, which means they're going to be tabling something else to try to make data conform to a world that doesn't exist. We cannot economically discriminate against existing leaseholders or new leaseholders. We have to have a consistent lease policy. So if we allow this deadlock to stand tonight without forward motion, what we're basically saying is business as usual. We're going to negotiate deals on a case-by-case basis as best as we can. And then when they come forward to the council, depending on who's applying for it, a new person, an existing person, somebody we know, somebody we don't know, we'll establish a rate then. That's what we'll be doing. And that has not served us well when it comes to the development and enhancement of the airport in the past. I realize there are concerns. Councilman Strong has expressed concerns about us being a business. I don't think this makes us a business. I know that there's a sensitivity about people that have had long-term leases, and then we'll have to face market value. Well, they'll have to face market value at any airport they go to. And if I were somebody that was leasing property, and I had a lease agreement with a customer, and they said, this is a 30-year lease, and at the end of 30 years, things change, I wouldn't feel too happy about the fact that somebody was changing the rules in the middle of the game. So again, I think that the advantage we have here in the proposed action is a consistent set of lease policies supported by our airport commission, congruent with regulations from the FAA, and subject to final approval by the city council. I don't see how more airtight you get in bringing our airport up to modern standards with modern expectations and capacities to expand and evolve and become something bigger and better than it is right now. Our choice is, do we want to keep it the way it is right now, or do we want to do something better? And I don't think the answer lies in re-examining the data that's been assembled already, or giving staff a year to try to massage it and make it look different. I really think that it's pretty black and white tonight.
Mr. Chair, I think perhaps my motion was misunderstood.
Okay, go ahead, Fred.
My motion was to approve these rates, but to bring it back in a year to review with the additional information. So it would put these rates into place now, and then we would see how they have worked for a year, as well as being able to look at perhaps a new set of appraisals that were based on non-commercial airports only.
Okay, so a couple of, if I may, Fred, if I may just rebut briefly. If I understood what I heard earlier, there's not expected to be that much activity in a year, so you're not going to be able to have much to judge the effect of this on. And number two, I just basically and respectfully disagree with you that we need to be looking at airports that match our airport as closely as possible so we can keep our airport the way it is right now. I think our goal is to make our airport something bigger and better than it is right now, which is why when we look at airports like San Luis Obispo, we look at airports like Santa Maria, yes, they're different than we are right now, but they're not that much different. We would like to have more commercial activity. We would like to have more airport activity. We'd like to have more non-aeronautical activity. And that can only be enhanced through a set of consistent policies, so there's no confusion, there's no, who do I have to talk to, what kind of deal do I have to make, what do I have to put in the pot to make this work? And again, these things are supported by the airport commissioners that we put in place, and they fulfill our obligations to the FAA. I just don't see how looking at other data and trying to paddle upstream is going to give us any progress, especially in 1 year. 1 year is just too short a time to do that.
Number one, that's not what I said, though.
So, Fred, I have a...
That's not what I said.
Fred, I have a recommendation for you.
Well,
so, Steve, let me just say this. So, we're not going to see any renewals on any leases in the next 3 years, okay? New people, they're all new. Okay, so that's why I want to get right in. But that would also, if we did a 3 year, my recommendation is revisit in 3 years. It'd give the staff time to revisit all of your calculations and revisit what Mr. Bausch is talking about.
Let me explain. 1 year, the reason I said 1 year is because this council is making the decision. I want this council to make that decision. This council may not exist in 3 years.
Okay. Well, so you're sticking to your 1 year? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the policy resolution 23XXX, updating the leasing strategy, revise the leasing policy, to revise the lease policy and attach standard lease document as presented. And I'll revise my recommendation to 1 year to review. Providing
that, I'll second.
Providing that we give clear direction to staff.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Yep.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
No.
Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. City Manager, I'm going to give this mic back to this other guy over here.
With pleasure.
Real quickly, I just need to be clear. So when I bring it back in a year for the council,
Are you just wanting an update on what we've done in the last 12 months and what the market has done? Or is there something in particular I should bring back that is super important to you so I meet that mark?
Well, for me, if I may answer that question.
Go ahead, Fred. I've got
I would like to see an appraisal that excludes commercial airports, not to adjust them exactly like us. Just take out San Jose, San Francisco, Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and San Luis Obispo.
Yeah, and take out 2015.
How about I do this? How about I bring the appraiser in to give you a report, oral report, so you can cross-examine that person and get to the answers that you want? Because I don't know that any report that we bring you is going to seem to move the needle for you.
Yeah, I don't even know if bringing an appraiser in is probably a waste of his time. He doesn't need to see us. We really don't need to see him. Just something current this year. 2015 doesn't do us any good whatsoever.
No, this was 2022.
Right. Yes, but it's also 2015 stuff referenced in there, I thought.
Yeah, but his reference was about the
so just and just without any commercial stuff in there. To Mayor Martin's point, yes, we're trying to get to be a commercial airport. We're not there yet. We're not going to be there for a couple of years. We need to get spaceport approval. We need to get there. We can revise these rates in a couple of years, and we should, but we need to build this first. We need to get there. We need to fill it up. We need to get some nexus going.
I get all that, and that's already happening because market rate is going on. I just want to know what to bring back. I just need clarity.
So I have a suggestion on that. The appraiser that did our airport and the other airport, ask him to see if he's got other airports that he's appraised within the last, this year or whenever, to look at. Santa Maria is the most comparable airport to us because they only have one airline that flies out of there.
Happy to do it. So it's all focused on appraisals is really what you're interested in.
And what about your reversionary stuff? About he was concerned about the people that are ending their lease.
Yeah.
A clearer policy of how that's going to work. I don't know how you could be any more clear than this, but some kind of.
I don't know where we're going to find manufacturing around here.
I don't know.
So are you asking for a discount for some sort of discount program for existing leaseholders that are interested in signing a new lease?
No. I'm not, no.
Just to make, I think what I heard from Chris earlier is that he's afraid of somebody who's been here for a long time and they could only afford so much to keep their business going.
Right. I'm worried about the existing guy who's been out at our airport for a while, a local. I'm not worried about the guy signing a new lease.
No, I get that. That's what I'm asking. Is so existing leaseholders, you want
that's a whole separate category. He doesn't need to be included in the appraisal.
Right.
But the local guy, we really do need, and I don't mean to be disrespectful of the FAA policy, but we really need to look at that and adjust that lease accordingly. And if they're doing fine and they say, yeah, I want to pay current rates, great, let them. But if they say I'm struggling, and I need some help, I think we ought to offer them some assistance.
There was a recent one with Del Rio helicopters.
Yeah.
And what we did with him. And it worked for him and we kept him going.
No, we're all in agreement. We don't want to see anybody go away. Right. I'm just trying to tailor a policy that's legal, ethical, and doesn't get any of us in trouble at any point. That's my goal.
There you go.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't leave you much.
Let Hammond be recognized that I'm back on the dais, and we'll move forward with the item R, which is the city manager report. Ty Lewis.
You sure you want to keep hearing from me?
I know.
So just a couple things, and I was gonna save this for last, but I'm going to ask council, maybe you'll entertain adjourning tonight in Melissa Boyer's honor tonight. It's our National Clerks Week, and she thought nobody knew and she wasn't going to bring it up to anybody, but she and Mary, our new assistant clerk there, are doing an outstanding job. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes to get a meeting like this ready. Everything from the technical aspects of running the new software and system, to preparing an agenda, to corralling all the cats and in City Hall to get their staff reports in on time, including hounding me to make sure that things are right. She has a very exceedingly challenging job interfacing with the community, interfacing with public records, our attorneys, soup to nuts. She has a very difficult job, so I want to make sure that she's recognized and honored for the great work that she does for the community.
Thank you
I was
all.
trying to explain that to the St. Rose leadership crew today that came through the City Hall, and she does an amazing job. No one really understands it, and if she was in your shoes,
And just to give you an idea, when she leaves the room, everything stops.
The world stops turning, that's for sure. So no, there's lots of good things going on in the community. In addition to that, last Friday we had a volunteer appreciation luncheon that several of you attended. Thank you for that. Thank you to Mayor Martin for the very nice words that he prepared that I was able to read to the group, even though he wasn't able to attend. Also, just so everybody knows, Matt Worley, one of our police officers, retired last week as well. There was a nice send-off for him. So super thrilled for Matt and his new venture in life as in retirement. We also, several of you attended the Channel Cities dinner, including our city attorney, Elizabeth Hull. We got to interact with several members of our neighboring communities to hear what's going on there, to get some legislative updates, which was great. And also most recently, Mayor Pro Tem Hammond attended with me the ECHO neighborhood meeting to get updates on what's going on with the facility there. I believe the number is at 33 people that they've housed since the beginning of the year, which is absolutely outstanding. So lots going on, lots of good things. I won't belabor, but again, thank you, Melissa.
Okay. Moving on, we have our final council business and committee reports. Start with Councilman Strong, if you like.
Oh, actually, I had no specific committee reports. I did was asked to be a guest speaker at a homeowners association in my district, and their annual meeting. I was able to update them on what was happening in the city and the different things we're looking at and what we're doing for them, and how we're using their tax money and the many benefits that they get from the city, and listen to some of their comments on what they're looking for from the city. So it was a very nice experience. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to have all kinds of meetings. So I'll have lots to report next time.
Okay. Councilman Belsch.
So I got to attend the volunteer luncheon. Thank you very much to all the volunteers that help out. Got to attend Echo's Empty Bowls dinner fundraiser. That was an amazing dinner. Lots of people there. Went to Main Street's I'm drawing a blank. Not a fundraiser. No, it was just the get together, neighborhood gathering. Mixer. Thank you very much. The Channel Cities dinner down at Madonna Inn. That was fun. Good to see everybody there. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I got the pleasure of sitting next to Mr. Starnetta at his training for emergency disaster training. Thank you for putting that on. It was nice to see the old retired chief doing something fun. And then what else did I do? Let's see. I went to the ECHO fundraiser. They raised a little over $100,000 that night for bowls of soup and a cup of wine and some cheese, which is great. good way to raise money. And I think that's all on my list. That's it for me. So.
Okay. And Mayor Martin, we really appreciate you being on board tonight, and your wisdom, again, is always important. Do you have anything for the good of the order here?
No, I'm glad to be with you, and really enjoyed the conversations and discussions. I think, it's when we get into the areas that are most controversial that we really have to use all of our talents to come to a conclusion for the benefit of the community. So I really enjoyed it. I have nothing else to report.
Thank you. I had several meetings, basically. ECHO also had their community engagement committee that they formed, and meeting with the locals and our police department. And again, also attended their fundraiser for the first time in Paso Robles. They brought the empty bowls from Tascadero to Paso, only did it a much higher level yeah, very much nicer. And again, getting the right people there, it was a great event. I was able to come by and say hello for a little bit, and then I had to get on to other. I mean, I can't believe in all my years, I think I did from Thursday of last week, noon to 6:30, 5 meetings. And it's amazing, that they were all local and close. So again, it's just quite busy. I also did the airport commission with Mark and Frida, and then, of course, the board up there and everything moving forward with that group. So upcoming events, we have the Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee on next Wednesday, the 3rd, and at 5 o'clock. Then the Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting Monday, the 8th at 1:30. Paso Robles Development Review Committee, DRC, meeting Monday, the 8th at 3:30. Paso Robles Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting is going to be Monday, the 8th at 4 p.m. Then we're back with the Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting Tuesday, the 9th, a week from tonight, at 6:30 here in these chambers. Paso Robles Library Board of Trustees meeting Thursday, the 9th, at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then we have another one inserted here for the special city council meeting that we're going to be at. It's going to be Wednesday, May 10th for the community service advisory bodies. Everybody got that on their calendar at 5:30, excuse me, at 5. It's not listed on our events, but it is on our calendars, I believe, Melissa. Okay. And then we have the Paso Robles DRC Development Review Committee coming in again Monday, the 15th at 3:30. And then our next meeting here is going to be Paso Robles City Council meeting Tuesday, May 16th at 6:30. So at this point, I don't think I have anything else unless there's other comment. Looking for a motion to adjourn.
I'll move that we adjourn in honor of Melissa Boyer.
And I'll second that.
All right, I'll do that. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
All opposed? Well done. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
We're adjourned.